This my
recording is on.
All right, so today's May 21st, 2021, and we're continuing our discussion on the Desiderata Extinctionati. And we're joined once again by Kevin. So, anyone want to start it off? Or did you want to continue what you were saying, Kevin?
Wait, can I just
Oh,
start?
sure.
I'll
Go for it.
Sophie asked the question and Kevin started answering it, but I thought we should record it. But let me answer again. First of all, is just congratulations on what you've done with Drastic and managed to make a breakthrough, and so that now that this issue of a manufactured virus is actually in the Overton window, and that's a real breakthrough. So I've got some follow-on questions from that, but you just want to continue with just saying about that breakthrough.
Well, there were many people involved. It's Drastic is quite a large group. It is, how would you say? Well, the acronym is for Distributed Radical I can't remember. It's too complex for me. I've just woke up. But it's a lot of people bringing lots of different bits of expertise to the problem, and that problem was that from the very beginning, what was happening around Wuhan, what was happening with respect to the global response, looked wrong, and those who've been entrusted, because once you're given that PhD and that doctorate and the position in the academy as being the world experts, people look to you, and it was very, very obvious, even after a little bit of digging, that there was huge conflicts of interest with the people involved, the people that try to convince the world, and this isn't exaggeration. They try to convince the world through multiple tactics that included colluding with individuals that are well respected to have a letter published in the Lancet to literally play their wording was that if you were of the opinion that you were looking at something beyond the natural explanation, which they would put forward, they used the words that you are a conspiracy theorist, right? Literally to constrain the discussion. And this was a very, very blatant use of the it was a nefarious use of the media. It was a nefarious use of the scientific establishment. It was, it encompassed a whole network of individuals, from politicians to deep state operatives, and in that I'm specifically alluding to Fauci and the department that he runs. I mean, he's the highest paid civil servant in the United States, has been there for 40 years in that one position. A lot ties around Anthony Fauci. Whether we'll get to him or not, I don't know. It was interesting. I don't know if you saw this week that Rand Paul, the senator, had cornered or not cornered him, but began to press him in a congressional meeting, and tried to play sophistry with the term of gain of function. It was he was treading very carefully along the up against the line and tiptoeing across the cracks of meaning, and well, you couldn't ask for a better response, because at the same time as well, we had this letter that was published by Nunes, and that was directed towards the president. So the Republican Party are taking on something of an oppositional role. Do I see something happening with Fauci? He's too old. I think he's too high up, that he would just walk away before there's anything really done with respect to holding people to account. But, and this has been a contention that I've made from the very beginning, that lower down level, the layers down below, which were the operational levels where we can see names put on papers, etc., especially on the US side, especially those relating to eco-health, those are they would, like, the system will kick those away and hope that we, that will be the sacrificial lamb, or the the body that they'll tip over the side for what, as they perceive us to be sharks, and hope that will keep us quiet. But the picture is being complicated further. I wouldn't say complicated. It's been amplified by the letter published in the journal Science. Okay, so that's, look, in my field, right? There are 3 target journals that you want to get into: Nature, the Lancet, Science. If you manage a paper in there, then usually your career is set. You can go where and do what you want. I never quite attained that. I was just at the level below. But after a year of pressure done by the Drastic Group, and there's individuals around it have all sort of aggregated together, all brought bits to the public eye, and suddenly these people have developed the spine and now want to come forward and say, well, we need to have a full investigation, or another investigation, because there were such obvious conflicts of interest in previous investigations. So there was the whole farce of Peter Daszak from EcoHealth being involved in both the World Health Organization's official investigation, where they supposedly went to Wuhan and spoke to the laboratory for 2 hours, something ridiculous like that. We know that there was a whole raft of questions and series of investigations that should have took place at that point and haven't. And my, I've said, as this letter has come out, it's great that it's picked up, right? That the effort that everyone has gone to raise the public's awareness of this very, very sordid, it's a sordid state of affairs, and has dragged science through the mud. The problem is that these bigger groups now will come in and try to sort of sweep up the glory of fixing this problem. And at the same time, I'm concerned that it's being done to try to silence. It's a strategic move to try to silence critics. And the question then is why? Why would they do that? Well, the issue is that there's so much involvement from the apparatus within the US side. This is not just a Chinese phenomenon. Money came from the US, like I say, channeled through, but essentially EcoHealth Alliance was a front for the Department of Defense, and a way to circumvent biowarfare legislation that was meant to stop research into these types of agents. And under the guise of ecology, they've managed to get around it. And the vanity of scientists has just left a paper trail that we can follow. It's not like they've done it in secret. They've publicized everything that they do, because it means even more money and more fame for them, because they'll build a reputation within the networks and groups. And because of that, I've streamed multiple times now. That, yes, great. I'm happy that they're going to step forward. I'm happy that bigger news organizations are following it, but I've got a jaded eye with respect to what's coming, and I'm certain that it's just we'll not see what we really want. It's just a way to, they've had to give ground. This is their way of giving ground, and we'll meet the resistance of the system as we try to sort of push further.
Yeah, so I see it the same way. It's basically they're not going to air too much of their dirty laundry. The scientific industrial family, has basically a little breach, but I can definitely see that Peter Daszak and EcoHealth will be the fall guy, and then they will all consolidate. But I saw you mention in one of your streams that something which I thought was definitely the Rand Paul angle, and some other Congress people on the right, is that I think their agenda, and everybody's going to make hay out of this, I'm sure, because it's all politics for them. Politics never stops or starts. It's just continuous. And so they would use this as a casus belli to at least escalate the tensions in the Cold War II, or at least tensions with China. So they're going to use it as a stick to beat China, and the political aim is they don't really give a rat's ass about origins of SARS-CoV-2. They're more interested in making hay out of it and using it for political leverage to get a war going. And so I want you to talk to that. And then the other thing is, just to jump to my next question quickly, which might be related. The other thing you said was something which I also thought was about to happen, and that's that what we can expect next is for the CCP to make a miraculous little discovery of salted, origin of SARS-CoV-2 and potentially a bat cave in Thailand or something like that. That's, and then they'll call that a proximal origin, and would be really suspicious.
They've tried to do that already. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they published in the end of 2020. It was a study, and basically they frame shifted a bunch of amino acids from a bat sample that they had from, I want to say, Thailand, and said, haha, look, we can, the signature which everyone is looking at, which is the furin cleavage site, as one of the signatures for this for SARS-CoV-2 as being perhaps manipulated. They try to say that, oh look, there's something here that's similar. It must be, we can see something in the wild, but it's a very, very poor attempt. And the real experts that sort of driving this, and shout out needs to go to his name's Jiao Zhang, Rosena Sagrato. They're all doing the really technical stuff of picking apart that information. It's amazing what a small, it's not small, but focused group of people can achieve when dealing with what is obvious sort of state propaganda, and them, and not only state, but the science corporate domain with respect to trying to cover their backsides. And in the molecular biology it's a tough one for the powers that be to use to try to hoodwink people, because there are people with scientific training that can just look at it and say, well, okay, we'll pick that apart, and that's been done literally, like I say, for 15 months now. And Drastic holds a central part to that. And so if they do pull something out that's they claim to find a sample in a fridge, in a freezer somewhere, just happens to be there, then I think there's so much evidence that's been built up because of their initial refusal to be clean with respect to the data that was coming out. And a critical factor was so there are two main narratives with lab leak hypotheses. There's, let's call them the Drastic hypothesis, and then there's the Li Menyang and she's part of the Steve Bannon news group, and they have a different proposal for where SARS came from. It's a hybrid of ZX45 ZC41 strain. Is it something? I never remember the designation for it, but anyway, a backbone that the Chinese army have developed, so no one would know that backbone, and they deliberately released it. And the problem is just there's that's a very salacious way of bringing the problem or the attention to the West, and we can get into that she has conflicts of interest, especially the group that she's associated with. And then there's the Drastic one, which looks at the fact that their investigations found out that Zheng Lishi was had received samples from a mine in Yunnan where 6 miners had become ill with SARS-like condition, free-died, and it was sort of kept hushed. And the Drastic group, like I said, all I know sometimes is just usernames on Drastic. That's how anonymous some of them are, because they're afraid of Chinese, of what the Chinese might do. They first find a master's thesis talking about these miners, and it's that's the first sort of official indication that we're looking at, now we can see something in the science, because we can compare with the published science that they've done, which is an institute they've pushed out. And basically they've been working with this virus. They've giving it another designation from that cave. It was called Batkov 4941, I think the number. They even published it. And then after, and like I said, I can't, this is why it's so difficult not to point a finger at the Chinese, because if it had been salted there, right, you would expect them to come clean as quickly as possible with respect to the agents they've been working on. But instead, we've had this very convoluted response from the Chinese that included changing the running of the institute. It came under over military control. Samples were destroyed. And there was a wall of silence that was met after the initial flurry of publications which came out, which tried to argue that there was this bat origin virus and it had to be a spillover, which was aided by the West, these organizations, and in conjunction with the CCP and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Like I said, there's the Drastic group doing what they were doing, and like I say, these people very careful about who their identities are, but they're managing to find these nuggets. And the first one was this master's thesis, which said, hey, there was actually something going on, and they'd been working on this agent for since 2012, 2013, but as it was coming out in 2020, so the lab there, and Zheng Li had a Nature paper pointing to this. They called it RATG13. So this is, we have this sample in our fridge. We think this matches, etc. But we don't have any more that we can run sequences on, etc. But here's the sequence we've got, and that's what people ran with. But there's a lot of overlap with this progenitor strain, the Batcov 4941, and that was a sort of point of contention of going backwards and forwards between all the discussion groups. And then literally as a sort of, well, was the timing too good? I don't know, but but what happened was we had the letter from Science from all these the people that carry weight in the community, including Ralph Barrick, who signed that letter. And him signing that letter, well, we'll get into the details of what I think is the problem there. But anyway, with that letter from Science hits the public sphere, the press pick it up, and at the same time, the individual, and if people are watching this, his name is the Seeker 268 on Twitter. That's all I know. Okay, finds 3 more theses from that institute and the Chinese Academy of Science, including a PhD thesis, which is in, when you're doing your PhD, it's usually a considerable document, and a lot of data that just often doesn't get published per se, but builds a picture that is the foundation on which you publish multiple papers. And in there, what we see is black and white proof of, yes, they've been working on the samples from the miners. Zheng Li has been caught in a lie because they said that they weren't doing anything with these samples, and we find out that there's dozens of serum samples that have been taken. And in that year, where people, off the strength of the first paper with respect to the mine, they published a paper, Mona, and I can never, they're Indian names, so it's very difficult for me to pronounce. And they got a correction made, or an addendum made in the Nature paper. And these are, if you have this happen in scientific research, addendums made, people start investigating and looking at the veracity of papers and these groups. This is a big deal. And in the addendums that they made, they're caught lying through the data that we see has been done on from this PhD thesis. And we find that they found a whole bunch of coronaviruses in that cave. They were working on them, specifically working on them, doing these manipulations, trying to see if they were infective. And this just arrived right at the same time, and sort of pierced the veil of right. So it was an edifice of nonsense built by institutions and organizations that were in a cover your ass mode. And well, now here we are.
So just going back to the Steve Bannon version and the other she, the other she's the whistleblower one, right? That came out with it from China.
Yeah.
And so what I don't find credible about all that is, if it's a deliberate release, it seems a bit suspect that they would release it so close to the Wuhan lab. It's like, that's it doesn't sound like a good target if, to begin with. But what do you think about that? And the other thing is, they haven't released the records for patient 0 to patient 40.
No.
I think they still haven't, which is kind of really suspicious behavior, because you'd think the very first thing you'd do in a global pandemic is make sure that that was released to the world. I mean, at least in an anonymized form, right? Is it like a really, guilty smoking gun to not release those records?
Yes. And Look, there are some arguments that Li Mengyang has put forward that I pay attention to, but her contention and her objection to the source origin being the Yunnan mine was that there wasn't the serum samples taken, and that was in her mind proof that her theory was the more accurate one with respect to what was going on with SARS-CoV-2. But what we find is we find all these documents, these accepted documents that Zheng Lishi was a supervisor on, that was part of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, their official documents, and that expands massively the scope of data that we know was available that directly contradicts what it is that she's saying. Now, you know, I know people that have interviewed with her. I'd be happy to speak with her about this issue, but I feel that the drastic argument is far closer to reality than the version that Li Mengyang is saying. Now, okay, so you have to ask then, well, how did she come up with the story, or not the story, but the theory that she was bringing forward? And then you have to look at the organization that she's been associated with respect to bringing that information to the public, and that was through Miles Guo Media, and you know, it's a big group, and have how would you say, they're very antagonistic towards the Chinese.
Yeah, but she's an asylum seeker too, isn't she? Which makes her testimony a little bit credulous, right?
Like I say, I don't want to be. I would like to speak to her first, and I think there's more evidence to come out, and I would like her to explain in her own words why what she says contradicts the actual evidence, which is documents. And you know, you have to take those things seriously if they've been accepted and filed as theses for institutions. That's the whole point of doing it. That, you know, if you really wanted to, if someone really wanted to, they could dig into my past and they'll find my PhD thesis for if they wanted to bore themselves to death. But we've got to tread very carefully now. And so there's one issue that I would take from Li Mengyang, which I think has been brought onto the table, that has to be addressed right now. And it's her statements that SARS-CoV-2 is, she calls it, an unrestricted bioweapon. And I would say this, in game theorying out every aspect of what it would mean that they were doing this research in a laboratory, that you have to have everything on the table of what were the reasons that they were doing this research, and why, and if it's dual use, you have to include the extreme end of that spectrum, because it's just, that's there now, that's what's being presented. And in the context of the lies and disinformation that's been put forward, not only by the Chinese but from the experts on our side, we need to exclude it, right? And to exclude it, we have to talk about it. So we have to still talk with Li Yang, find out exactly all the evidence that she's bringing, put it onto the table with respect to the evidence that we do have, and say, okay, where does it fit along this spectrum? I personally believe that what we're looking at was an attempt at vaccines. They're going out, they're making that, and this is the perverse scenario that we find ourselves in, which is that we are we're looking at the results of a program that officially was designed to predict. That's what it was called. The program was called Predict, the emergence of pandemics through the type of methodology they were using, which was go out into the wild, sample it, bring it back to the laboratory, look at the viruses that they find, and the idea being that you'll find some that are through mutation close to jumping into humans. Okay, and by that, then they can, the idea being that they can say, okay, it's in that region, we have to pay attention and build.
Yeah, but this is all the civilian research, right? So, okay, so let's examine another scenario and say it's dual use and there's a parallel military program going on in the background. So you have, say, all the stuff, by the NIAID and EcoHealth and stuff. All that collaborative research is then kind of public. Then you have a secret parallel military project, and then it has secret backbones and stuff that isn't published. All the that kind of parallel research. Then what happens? I mean, my assumption is that they're not really doing gain of function research. They always say, well, it's to predict what might come out of the wild. But I mean, I think really the hidden subtext is it's military research, and it's to see what some other military lab will come up with, so that they can actually, basically do a countermeasure. So it's really bioweapons countermeasure research rather than it is being defensive against the wild.
Yes.
So then, how long? I mean, what that implies is that when they develop these bioweapons, then they, in parallel, developing the defenses and the vaccines. How does that lag? How long does that lag? And do you think there's any evidence, say maybe from the Chinese vaccine, that there was some pre-development on it that superseded the outbreak, which would imply that they, from the vaccine, it's kind of a secondary indicator that they have knowledge of SARS-CoV-2?
Yeah, so I think there's an important manuscript which has Zheng Lixi's name on it, which was them testing an inactivated vaccine that basically sounds like Sinovac from its description in the scientific literature, which they were testing on monkeys. And this is, I would encourage everyone, you have to follow Billy Bosticson, his ResearchGate profile. He's got a series of documents, 3, which outline the mechanisms or the mechanism of forensic research that should be utilized against the Wuhan Institute and the science infrastructure around Wuhan, because there are many other institutes that were involved. It wasn't just Wuhan Institute of Virology by itself. There's multiple other centers, but particularly the animal facilities. And we know that 1,300 monkeys around that facility have been funneled through programs and not all Zheng Lixi's lab. Obviously, 1,300 monkeys is an enormous amount of animal data, but as an institute, and like I say, the infrastructure there, it means that there was a massive program, massive beyond perhaps what we would be considering the
Well, it's kind of like we see the tip of the iceberg.
How do we know about those 1,300 monkeys? What's the intelligence there? Is it? How did you get that?
So again, Billy Bosticson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and go to his ResearchGate profile, and
Okay. Thank you.
he has, you know, he's been working with law enforcement groups. He's got contacts, etc. And this information has been leaked, given. But there are people within China who obviously understand the gravity of what's going on, and you know, he's found the the it's not smoking gun. It would be like the finding the bureaucracy of the Germans for their, you know, treatment of for the work camps, right? There was a whole you know, a whole bureaucracy behind that just sort of processed the information, you know, famously by IBM, right? As they were just processing all this stuff.
On whole earth cards, yeah.
Yeah, and the simple fact is there's there's the equivalent around the Wuhan complex, and it's multi-level and multidisciplinary, and it's obviously just left a bureaucratic fingerprint that's available for those that are motivated and to reach out for the contacts to dig into if they would like. And this is it's open source intelligence at the end of the day, but you know, we've come to realize that even the big organizations, the CIA, the NSA, you know what they work on? Open source intelligence. The news crews that get into areas, they don't have spies like we imagined from the Cold War, dropping little bits of microfilm.
My mom worked in intelligence in South Africa because she was a language translator, so she understood Portuguese and Spanish, could do all the Cuban stuff. But the vast majority of the stuff they worked with, I'm talking about like 95%, was fully open commercial journals and stuff like that. You can piece together almost everything from published information. But so sketch the basic infrastructure of if this is a parallel military program, then how does it look in terms of how it's organized? Because in South Africa, what they did this kind of research on an ethnic bioweapon, and it's all been exposed now with Vodabasson and things like that. But how that was done is they used the public arena and kind of open white box research, which I kind of imagine is the Wuhan lab, and then they offsites use things like the Ruderplot lab, where they do the really evil stuff. And so there's a kind of cross-pollination between that. So I imagine the kind of monkey research, if you have 1,300 monkeys, they're in a very hardened facility that's very secret. And they just transfer knowledge from the kind of innocent, parallel, gain of function research that's going on in a place like Wuhan. But then is that how it is? And if so, isn't there a big fingerprint? I mean, there must be a lot of traffic. Certainly the NSA and CIA and stuff, they must know exactly what happened because of all the chatter that must have gone on.
Yes, there is. And again, I'm gonna try and just pull it up and see if I can just send you links, because Billy Bosticson he's the tip of the spear with respect to being able to get this information out. And I don't know how he does it. I've spoken to him he's one of the few people who I've really had dialogue with, and somehow he's awake all hours of the day. He's pulling out advanced information, and not only just posting it publicly, he's building this this very comprehensive set of documents which are public now, and you can look at.
He's building a hit on himself by the sounds of it.
He's taking a huge risk, and you know, you could say I am, because I'm one of the
Yes,
public faces of this approach that's been taken, which is, you know, I call it sort of jihad science, where we've put up a resistance against.
put up those links. It would be really nice.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
might get the idea of doing a movie called 1300 Monkeys instead of 12 Monkeys.
Yes,
It's looking very 12. I must tell you a story about that later.
let me just try and I'm just trying to pull them up now. Research Kate, but of course it just gives me my one.
So then the thing about all these, you know, when you get a little rat's nest like this and you can see these vipers, it's kind of like the Epstein thing. Once you get a little glimpse of the rot, you know the rot extends. It's not just like one bad apple. You know that it exposes this huge nest of vipers that's, you know, basically below the waterline. So can you give an insight into, you know, how it looks on the Chinese side, where they must be doing bioweapons research, and how it looks on the say the American and Israeli side, where the, you know, what is it, Fort Dietrichson or whatever that is,
Fort Dietrich, yeah.
Fort Dietrich. And the UK side, because they all got their fingers in it. So am I right? Because what my understanding is, they have all this neutral white box civilian research where they all kind of collaborate. Then they all take it off site and do the dirty deeds in Portland Down and shit, where it gets really evil. So, can you sketch that out?
Well, the Chinese one it's so huge that, and you know, for me the names are impenetrable. Right? It's just ping and bong and jang, and so it's difficult to sort of put faces to names, apart from the sort of real major characters. But the problem is that there's layers and layers, well, not layers, but nodes, I would say, within the Chinese system that extend across multiple institutions. And well, you know, it's very difficult to point at the Chinese and them not turn around and say, well, look, you've got the same, right? Dietrich is a BSL-4 system lab that's literally been shut down for leaks, etc. And anything, and this is the whole problem with this research paradigm, is that everyone has dirty fingerprints on it. And so this is the interesting dynamic that we're walking into right now, is, well, how is this gonna unfurl on the political side? As you know, it's already in Congress. We had Rand Paul, we have Devin Nunes with his official letter straight to the president saying what's going on. And at the same time, I feel that's the US side trying to hide what it is that it's done by going on the offensive against the Chinese. So yes, we can name names on every side and institutes, and we can say they were all involved in you know, a highly complex multifaceted program that, yes, is it can be probed by the public because of the mechanisms that are there, but obviously, you know, because of its nature, there becomes this murky end of it that you know, I'm of the opinion now that, because, like I said earlier, because it was they were not forthcoming and they were obviously deceptive to begin with, that we have to assume the worst right now. and I would say that the default position for the diplomatic services and the cables that are going to run between countries and embassies as they talk to each other is that it's incumbent upon the Chinese to prove, or we just assumed that the weapons program was involved, and we assumed that the vaccine program was part of that project. Right, they need to say, well, yeah, okay, this is what happened, and it's likely it got out. And so here's an interesting little caveat to the way the winds have changed with the current narrative. So there was, back in the February of 2020, we had the obvious, coercion of the scientific process by this letter in the Lancet and these signatories saying, if you think that it didn't come from nature, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then there was a paper published called The Proximal Origins of SARS-CoV-2, which says, well, it doesn't have anything that we look at as the signatures of genetic manipulation, and a couple of lame arguments as to why it wouldn't be man-made, and it
wasn't perfect enough.
Yeah, but basically, and and there were other reasons as well. I have the link. I'm just going to.
Yeah, no, I've read it all. It's pathetic. From the moment it was released, I was laughing. It was pathetic. But
yeah, I want to send you. Just put it in Sophie's Discord, but
I just got the profile for Billy Bosticson.
Yeah, so like I say, you can spend a week reading through that to look at the scope of there's it's not, there wasn't one project, it's a whole set of facilities with multiple principal investigators all working and under obvious direction from or in direct collaboration with the Chinese military. Okay, but we have the same sort of programs, but the leak happened there. Okay, so in that respects, they have to take for the moment the bigger part of the blame. But I'm of the opinion that right now, because we've managed to push back, right, to stop the narrative which was going to be pushed, and let's say we've spoke about this before, they had a program ready to go, which was going to be tied in with the environmental argument. It was going to be the blame was not going to be on the scientists, the blame and the programs, the blame was going to be put onto humans in general.
Encroachment in nature and all the stuff that Peter Daszak goes on about.
Yeah, and that, when you look at it, is the core of the UN 2020, 2030, 2021, 2030 programs that are about organizing human beings on a global scale into a the next iteration of the technological society. It's not a new thing, we're already in it.
But it's not a new thing that the absurdity of having humans in enormous cities living on top of each other, depending on an industrial agriculture, was going to breed a pandemic. That goes back to the Middle Ages. We don't, and before that, we know well that every civilization that ends up building those Babylon kind of cities are going to end up with the plague or
the Four Horsemen, basically. Yeah,
that is at the back of it. Like I know we're talking about military, we talk about bioweapons, we're talking about the common sense is there too. Like we have to question civilization there too. You can't put it out of the equation,
Yeah, because this is the first time humans have ever seen nature. You know, we've all been living in cities since the creation, and now we're moving out into nature. Humans have never known nature before. We've never been in nature, and now we're starting to. So now we need eco-health because we're going to start interacting with animals for the very first time in human existence.
It's a nonsense. It's a nonsense argument, right? And the like I say,
completely inverted, isn't it?
Yeah, and like I say, we're in the upside down, and you know, it's a miracle that we're in the position right now where we've been able to, like I say, just push back, that they've had to in real time begin to modify their own strategy. And in modifying their own strategy, I'm of the opinion that we can begin to continue to hold their feet to the fire. And so there's a key player in this whole story, which is Ralph Barrock. He's the progenitor lab through which much of the technology around SARS as an agent to be manipulated was developed. Zheng Lishi is a protege from him, and he's on the letter signed by this 18 scientists. But they're prestigious scientists. But the other people were prestigious scientists too, who were arguing that it wasn't you're a conspiracy theorist for thinking that it's not a natural phenomenon. And I've got a couple of coffees on my desk, and some are old. I'm not sure which one is the fresh one.
The hot one without mold.
Yeah, this one looks okay.
I don't have much hope that basically there'll be any repercussions like ending gain of function research or anything like that, because I see that there's the two parallel societies in science, and one of them is the civilian one, where they have these kind of naive debates on should we be doing gain of function research, and on the other side of the fence these guys are like, dudes, do you know that this is a matter of national security, and we have an all-out basically escalation in biowarfare, and to right we're going to be doing gain of function research because the other guys are, you stupid idiots. I saw all this unfold. It's kind of like deja vu back to the late 80s when there was this debate. If you'll have to correct me on the details here, but it was the end of measles or polio or something, and they had like 6 vials left, frozen vials of the last of this scourge of humanity that was kept in a fridge. And there was a raging debate all amongst these civilian scientists who were like, should we destroy it? And then people that said, no, we should keep this.
That was smallpox.
Smallpox, that's it. And so there was this ding-dong debate that went back and forwards about what should we do with these 6 vials. And one side said, no, there's a chance of a leak. And one side said we might need them to genetically engineer something. Blah-de-blah, this raging debate that went on. The debate suddenly ended and got settled in around 91 when the wall came down. And all what that was going on behind the Soviet Union all came out. And it turned out that everybody, the US, Russia, everybody had like swimming pools of the shit. There wasn't 6 vials. These guys had Olympic swimming pools full of smallpox and bioweapons.
Yeah,
so
especially the Russians.
Out and everybody just carried on.
Yeah, especially the Russians, and the research that the groups that I'm involved with. It's not my groups. I'm fortunate enough to be associated with a bunch of very smart people, and I seem to be somewhat of a spokesman for them. But it's very obvious when you track back the histories of the people involved, particularly on the Chinese side. It's ambiguous to us because it's such a difficult network to penetrate, especially on the Chinese side. Chinese academics working in the West are easier to track, and we've done a better job of pointing them out. And we know the institutes which were working, collaborating with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So we've got a good idea there. But like you say, there's the defense aspect of it, and in the in our sort of research, and as we've seen players being moved into different positions on the chessboard to speak for the public, to the public, and this is coming from the think tank. So this brings us to the Jamie Metzl and Andrew Weber narrative, right? Because so as we've brought the lab leak narrative hypothesis forward, other people are trying to pick it up. So in between us and the science letter, there's the think tank groups led by Metzl and Weber, and these people are deeply tied to the political system in the US. Weber had been part of the Weber Metzl had been part of Clinton's coterie in the early 90s, and has moved in those circles to these supranational groups, and now he's part of the Atlantic Council, while at the same time you've got Andrew Weber, who was the secretary or the vice secretary of defense, but basically played a huge role in that era that you were talking about as the Soviet Union came down, about trying to get together all the weapons that they thought were going to sort of spill out the collapse of the Soviet Union. And my friend Mark Kulak at Housatonic describes him as a sort of Indiana Jones, going around these missions and personally retrieving, nuclear capable fighter jets, to caches of enriched uranium, to bio weapons. And I've put forward the contention when first coming across Andrew Weber, and someone would have put the link in the Discord that I paid attention to, and it's a very telling interview where he's describing to this individual in ecstatic tones, we now have the technology that negates the existential threat of biowarfare. Okay, what is that? Well, it just so happens that it turns out to be the exact technology that they're literally trying to force onto everyone as of this moment, which is this the next generation of vaccine technologies that are based around gene therapy technologies. And it's such a telling interview, and as you see it in the context of, well, this is I don't want to stray too much into conspiracy, and this isn't my reason.
Remind at the end, if you can, that interview that you're talking about, because there's so much on your server that sometimes it's difficult for people who are not, familiar with it to find all this information. So what you're talking about seems to be very interesting too,
Okay. Well, let me try and diffuse it a bit to make it easier for you to, broach the subject. So, I'll take on the burden of being the conspiracy theorist, and then you guide me a little bit, and we'll play it like that. Okay. So if you take, say, messenger RNA and gene therapies, and this is my understanding, they're all under development. They don't show much promise. They use them in a few vaccines that are released for domestic cattle and stuff like that. They're basically in agriculture. Nobody can get it to work because messenger RNA is too fragile, and basically it's not long enough lived in the bloodstream and stuff. So then the first breakthrough they make is fairly recent. I can't remember, maybe as recent as 2015 or something. They make a breakthrough, and they have a self-amplifying messenger RNA, and that's the first time you can effectively use them, and they can be manufactured and marketed as a vaccine. But they face at least 20 years of research reports that are going to touch a human subject in like level 4 type or stage 4 research in a human therapy. So then fortuitously all of this comes along, and then suddenly under FDA emergency regulations, they can release it within minutes. So okay, so now these so then that opens the door to a whole, well, a retail outlet, a pharmaceutical retail outlet, a super mall, in fact, that's basically on the edge of a needle. And the needle is a conduit for amazing technologies because messenger RNA is so easy to synthesize. So you can do it quick, easy, and synthesize anything. And if you've got endless booster shots every 6 months, you've normalized the population that, vaccines are a part of your life. And now we can use them as a conduit for nanotechnology into your body. And then basically this brave new world right there. So, okay, so my question is first is, I went and had a look at how self-amplifying messenger RNA actually self-amplifies, because I'm really interested in feedback loops and things like that. And I was kind of appalled because as much as I looked, as far as I can tell, nobody knows. They know it's self-amplifying, but nobody knows the mechanism. And so that alone was, I made the decision at that point, I'm not touching these things because I'm well aware of the systemic effects of feedback. And if you can't tell me the details of your feedback mechanism, I'm out. That's it. So
yeah, so I would add this caveat. There's a difference between what you're describing as the self-amplifying RNAs, as I understand them, versus what we're seeing, which is the basically a cassette of RNA wrapped in lipid. Let's take the Pfizer and Moderna as a separate class to the others, and they're basically putting in a they're getting it past the cell membrane, and once in there, the theory is that it will degrade because it can only be read so many times through the ribosome. It becomes junk RNA that just gets chewed up. There's a lot of these enzymes ready to chew up messenger RNA because it's the body doesn't want these active sequences floating around. So that's the argument for them being sort of self-limiting. The primary issue is with, well, even before we get into the mechanisms of the therapies themselves, is to put it into the context of the conspiracy framework. And so the individuals who are involved in the networks which are talking about these potential problems. And we can go back to 9/11. This is the depth of the research that we can concretely look at, and the names of the people involved. And Andrew Weber, let's say there's the Metzel and there's Andrew Weber, and around each is a network, and Metzel and Weber are working together. Funnily enough, they're making a movie called Gain of Function right now. Just
Game of
happens.
Thrones.
Well, it just shows that they're looking to try to monetize what it is that they're doing, right? And they don't have any qualms about it. I would feel very very disturbed if there was I couldn't do that. Let's just put it. My ethics would stop me from trying to make a product that's meant to build on this misery. I would perhaps consider a book at the end of it, perhaps just as a memoir more than anything. But to be engaged in these films and these very professional meetings and setups that they have, and their argumentation and approach comes directly from the Patriot Act, right? It comes from the Patriot Act. That was a consequence of 9/11, if we're to believe the official narrative. Now, yes, there were destruction of buildings on 9/11, and we all get inconvenienced at the airport. But the bigger picture is, if you read into the Patriot Act, it's a lot more about biowarfare than plane hijackings, etc. And what we're seeing is the culmination of the programs that were put into place as part of the Patriot Act to walk us towards this solution. It's a solution by the defense side of the equation to neutralize the enemy, and the way that you neutralize the effects of the enemy is minimize the way that they can hold your population hostage, right? And this is all laid out in exquisite detail in meeting after meeting of this network. And like I said, they're too many to name. I encourage everyone who's Satonic Live. Mark Kulak is who you should watch, and he streams once, twice a week, but he does very in-depth analysis of all the people that are involved and how they meet up and how long they've been working together. And from the science side to the crossover to the politics, to the crossover to the corporate, to the crossover to the defense side, that's a shape-shifting but coordinated set of entities that are with us right now, that are playing into this current set of circumstances, and their goal is this use of this technology. So you get the people into a situation where you normalize the process that they're going through right now with this emergency use authorization techniques. And I know lots of people are sort of flipping out about the consequences of this therapy. We know that there are short-term acute effects, but I'm of the opinion that right now they have to make it work, because they have to introduce more and more of this type of technology. That this is the pretext for the fourth industrial revolution, which is the gold rush is the biological domain and its interface with digital technology. And this is not new ideas. Everyone sort of had a vision of this sort of the way that society would move. You can go back to Aldous Huxley, right? And you could pull out all the strains of his Brave New World and George Orwell's 1984, but some is story and some is, I don't know how much they were. There were
they all reveal bits of what they know. So John le Carré and all of that, everybody thought and even Fleming was, all the James Bond things, everybody thought they were just pure fiction that came from the imagination. There was nothing of the sort. They were all characters the guys knew they were and stuff like that. So they were revealing stuff they knew. But the thing I would really like to communicate to the general public, and especially liberals who don't believe in conspiracy theories, is they think about conspiracy theories wrong. They think of them in a James Bond sort of Lex Luthor kind of way. But the conspiracy theories don't quite work that way. What they are is they're kind of communities and factions of people. They all have different agendas, and they piggyback on each thing. So if you think of like 9/11 truthers, what they get wrong is they think that there's some monolithic pyramid with some guys at the top, and you can find them and they'll be around a table with pointy hoods. And you say, yeah, you might find somewhere, but they're only one faction. And my analysis of 9/11 is that it was all organized by Mohammed Atta, the guy who led the attack and died in the attack. And as far as I can see, he was freelancing. He had this, he was basically going postal, and he had this idea that he wanted to go out with a bang. He took his idea to the Saudis, and he got various factions, some of them the Bin Laden family, but mainly the Bandar family. And they financed him to go and do a thing, basically because they could see an upside. So that's a whole new faction with a whole new set of goals that are not aligned with Mohammed Atta's, but they piggyback off it. Then I think the Mossad and CIA got wind of the attack coming. They had advanced knowledge, but no input to it. And
Oh,
they
I'm not
decided
so sure. I would have to look if we're going to talk about 9/11. The dancing Israelis have to be,
yeah, but
and
that's
the
advanced knowledge. The dancing Israelis are Mossad guys who were there as witnesses. So everybody saw it coming. But advanced knowledge is not the same thing as actually having input. They just sat back because they could see the advantage of doing it. And the advantage was the domino theory. I can't remember the doctrine where they went from Iraq to Iran, and they basically knocked down all of Israel's enemies one by one, starting with Iraq. They only got as far as Iraq, and they got bogged down. But that was all the neocons and Cheney and all that, Wolfowitz and the all those idiots were Crystal and all those guys. They had this agenda, and Donald Rumsfeld and stuff. They had all these agendas and this topple the dominoes one by one in the Middle East strategy, and they used Muhammad Atta's operation to justify all that. That's my best assessment of what happened on 9/11. Now, when you fast forward to this, it's the same kind of thing. You get an accidental leak, and everybody, all of these factions, see it in their own way. They can see their own goals, and they're all using it to try and get to further their agenda. Then eco health and stuff. You can see they're bit players. They're guys that are they're patsies. They're always patsies in all of this. The guys always run some fall guy that can basically take the hit, and they have plausible deniability. And so those guys, they're playing out of their league, and they're going to get crushed. And so I put Peter Daszak and Fauci and all those guys. So Fauci's not the linchpin and stuff. He's just running his own little fiefdom in the NIAID. And then all these other guys in the Pentagon and stuff that are doing these black programs, they use them like hell, and they control the financing, and they play the horses. And so what liberals are missing, the giant conspiracy that they're missing, is that it's all conspiracies, that it's got nothing to do with democracy. Democracy is just a sideshow. And what the public thinks doesn't matter a damn. These guys can manipulate popular opinion through psyops and a million other strategies. So the bit that's being hidden is we don't have a democracy. We have exactly what Eisenhower said on his valedictory speech, and that's that we have a military, scientific, and industrial complex, and we have these elites and oligarchs and plutocrats, and they determining exactly what happens in the world, and it's their game. They're jockeying and playing chess and playing the big game, and we're all their pawns. And liberals don't understand that. They think that it's all about democracy and the people and voters, and get out and vote, and you get the right president. You get the president's just a lackey. He's just basically a front man.
Yeah, it's a figurehead, and anyone with half a brain understands that the left-right paradigm is it's just a game. If you think there's a solution there, you're always going to be frustrated. I don't have any problem with that assessment. The point I wanted to get to was that there was a change in the nature of the United States, and I can remember being there as that, because I arrived in the United States right after 9/11, a couple of months, and there was this discussion as the Patriot Act took hold, and it got sort of rushed through. It's always being renewed, and the problem, or not the factor that's staring everyone in the face is that it's, like I said, it's not concerned about planes crashing into buildings as such. It's primarily about dirty bombs, biological warfare, and how they go about adapting to that. What do they need?
I'll tell you this for free. As a person who's had to see the secret clauses in the Patriot Act, which I happen to have seen because I've had to implement some of them. But the vast majority of what's in the Patriot Act is financial. It's to do with financial tracking and finances. So it's not really, it's kind of the wet dream of the intelligence establishment to track finance and communications, and very little on defense or anything to do with 9/11. So yeah. But anyway, there's this very, very scary document that the Patriot Act. The things that I saw, they state secrets, and if you breach them, they have secret military tribunals. So you will not be allowed to know what you're prosecuted and sentenced for. It's that bad. So it's almost impossible to defend yourself in a tribunal because it'll be secret, and you could be sentenced to life in prison. And they wouldn't actually tell you what your crime was. So that's how bad that shit is.
Yes, and we're walking into the next stage of it. And like I say, these are not new concepts or new ideas, right? We've had people discussing this for years and years, and across sort of what would be the alternative media, for example. But the problem is, you can't solve those issues till it emerges in front of you. And now we're in that point where it's emerging. And I have an issue with the people who are taking the current set of circumstances and embellishing them in a fashion that is not helpful. And I can think of several large YouTube channels that are trying to do that have significant followings. And then there's the other side of the equation, which doesn't, it minimizes what's going on, and I understand their argument because we've shut down the world for them, right? And particularly in the United States, where there's this independent streak, where being told what to do by bureaucrats and Fauci's a tiny little man, right? But is drunk on power, is telling people how to live their lives, and so there's an element of pushback against that. And the
thing though is I mean, I appreciate that you're a truther, and I think the way to your approach is correct, is that you want to be as truthful as possible, because if they're nefarious, you want to basically nail them like a legal case. But I'm quite forgiving of the guys that make a kind of cartoonish conspiracy theorist of it, because there's a whole nother group of people that don't give a rat's ass about the details. They just feel in their gut that something's wrong. And you need to appeal to them. I've often said, the stuff that, say, QAnon and stuff comes out with it, the left finds so laughable and outrageous, like Pizzagate, and how likely it is that people are sacrificing babies and stuff. And I say, well, the guys are wrong in point of fact. They've got the details wrong. But have
they? That's the thing. That
I admit. Yeah. I kind of regretted it as soon as I said it. But okay, I don't go there. But what I like to try and encourage people to say is that if you think of it as a metaphor, if you say, okay, if you don't believe that baby eating Satanists literally, they are effectively, figuratively, they are in that category of evil. So it's like, don't get too bogged down in the details. Just basically just go with the spirit of the thing. And so I think that those guys are correct, because they're going with the spirit of the thing. And what we really need to do, basically, I call us Team Human and all these guys against these transhumanist whack jobs, is basically in the final Armageddon, is what we have to get as many people as possible. Well, not so much me, because I'm nothing, but somebody that has a higher profile like you, is to try and get as many people as possible to break faith with the system. So if you think of it like a big psyops, you see the whole vampire squid and all its tendrils, the web is too vast to tackle in piecemeal. Like, if you go after eco-health or one of these nefarious things, you're just going after one of these tentacles. And to actually go, for the brain of the beast is you really have to get people to break faith. If large enough people break faith from the system, then you can overrun it like ants. Basically, it's Byzantine. The system is very, very fragile. And if people, the only thing holding it together is the rank and file loyalty to the plantation. But if they break faith, that's the weakest point of the whole of this monster, is that it has the tacit faith in the system. The liberals and all the house slaves, they like the plantation. In fact, they're more vested in the plantation than the plantation owners, because the plantation owners are just hookers and they'll do anything that gives them power. But the liberals are vested in the ideology and they're invested in the system, and they won't go against it. If they do, the moment you get a mass defection from the system, it's over. It's over for the entire squid. It's run out of oxygen if they don't support it.
So there's a couple of elements to address that. So the first is with we've gone after the chink in the armor, which was DASAC and the funding trail. I would say that's
nice pun.
There's but we've got that, and like I say, through that we've leveraged the jiu-jitsu match that we're into, that we're suddenly not on the defensive, and we're getting into a potential ability to get a lock on a limb in some way, to leverage more out of this beast that you're wrestling with. And I'm doing streams with Brendan O'Connell, and I know the people that are supporting me, right? I know that there are people there are patriots in the United States, right? And if there's gonna be some sort of pushback against the, what's the real politic of the next year, the next 5 years, as this program which was initiated, they flipped the switch, right? We're in a different world now. We're not going back, and we've now got to see how the variables sort of fall and distribute themselves.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
It's basically the jets have been flying over. Basically, they really crack my windows. But Greece and Turkey are
rattling sabers.
Are really hotting up. Anyway, go on.
We've got DASAC. I think they're going to have to throw him away, or that organization. It's going to crumble, and great. The next part is the leveraging against let's use your plantation metaphor, and that's this. You've seen this crazy push for the therapies that they want to institute on people. Now, in the United States, it's less. It's split half and half. Half have taken, half haven't, and this is where I think you're beginning to see the fault line of how it's going to play out. Now, look, I've tried to be as scientific and as realistic as possible in through all of this, through this whole narrative from the beginning, and my allegiance would lie to those that would go for independence. Now, in that population now, so we've got half the country, because it'll pivot. Everything's going to pivot around the United States, and the rest of the world will adjust as it sees opportunity.
And the 51st state as well.
Yes, the greatest ally. There's a new one now, right? They want to make Washington D.C. a state of its own, and so
state. But I think that is still the same state. It's Washington D.C. is and Israel is both the 51st state.
Wavy. So in that in that context, okay, and under the extreme social pressure of them pushing this program out, and this program is based in the defense posture of the United States, or the military-industrial complex of the United States, that's saying we've got this way that we're going to maneuver society. In their mind, the threat of biowarfare is the existential threat, and they're going to try and manipulate everyone into that paradigm. Now, if it's taken 50 years between Kennedy's, it was Kennedy who was talking about the military-industrial complex.
No,
Eisenhower.
Well, Kennedy did too, but Eisenhower is the classic go-to.
He was the first one. Yeah, Eisenhower was the first one that just said that we're in danger of this happening, and Kennedy basically
scientific industrial elites.
Yeah, and then Kennedy said it's happened, right? And we've gone from there to them. You know, the evidence looks very strong around, and it really looks like there's a connection from 9/11 to now in respect to the programs that were being run in the apparatus of the state, for example. So the Department of Defense and all these other agencies which have become semi-autonomous and interact when they need to, and then pull back, and then it becomes virtually impenetrable for the public.
There are over 2,000. The public doesn't realize how many black agencies there are. So they all fall under occasionally you see things like, I think 1.3 trillion or some number like that went through a budget hole, and everybody, like, you know, hardly appeared in the news, but it basically disappeared in the defense budget. Whenever you see those accounting anomalies, then all of those are done. It's basically, they often put under agriculture and stuff. If you see a monstrously big agriculture budget, it's or subsidy, it's black ops and black agencies. So, and they actually, it's not all that secret. You on PBS, they've run Frontline has done documentaries on how many agencies there are that are actually secret, and they're all in little places. I've run across them in like tiny little places like Thousand Oaks, and there's, you know, these guys were an import-export company on the floor above us, and all these guys, these men in black guys, I mean, literally Agent Smiths in black suits with the black thing and the little coil out the ear. And one day I got pissed off and I confronted them, and I said, "Come on, man, this is a fucking secret agency. You guys are abusing my taxpayer money." And they were quite okay about it, and they said, yeah, they admitted, they said, yeah, this is all, and they were friendly, and they didn't hide much. They said basically, yeah, these are
it's still a human being when you contact it like that, when you make contact like that.
They're patriots, so they misguided, but you see, there again, they're not. Everybody has a different idea of the Constitution. I think most of them would say they're defending the Constitution, but the interpretation of the Constitution is very different. It goes all the way down to the Mormons, who think it's an addendum to the Ten Commandments and a religious document, which I think it was an anti-religious document myself.
So we're in a situation where, you know, the United States is polarized to a level that I don't know when the last Civil War happened. I think it's way beyond the civil rights movements of the 60s, and the issue right now is the agencies that you're talking about. They're legion, and they're all acting in ways designed to nudge the public and the politics in particular directions. This is the whole point of the weaponized warfare and the interactive or internet interactive activities. Patrick Berge and all these organizations as the backbone of that quasi military private complex, the Blackwater, Dynacore, the Cambridge Analytica, all these groups, and there's many. If you start poking, and all the think tanks Atlantic Council, like I said, that's one of our focuses right now. But there are many that are all not even competing, but they're there pushing parts of the program, and it makes it very difficult for someone who's got to go to work and look and feed their kids and what have you, and just get by. It makes it virtually impossible for them to penetrate, and it's left to individuals like myself, and like I say, I'm very lucky.
And if I may say, to follow up what Hugh was telling you, Kevin, about the plantation, even if we get people to lose faith in the system and enough to defect and to get the slaves out of the plantation, our group works a lot also on getting the plantation out of the slave. And that is a very important aspect of our conversations. And I wonder what your followers are doing in terms of this change of it's
deprogramming
exactly.
themselves.
Well,
you see, even if you expose this one thing, you're just chopping one head off the gorgon, and it's just going to grow back. So you can't really fight it that way. And I mean, you have to fight it, but this kraken cannot be defeated by lopping off heads. Ultimately, you have to basically get people to defect from the system, because they actually adore it. And so that's the biggest problem is that if you can stay in the labor camp and turn the prisoners one by one, it's fairly easy to overrun the guards. But if you say, there's this, we're all being roasted in this gas chamber in one corner and there's an oven in the other, and now it's exposed, you won't get very far that way. In some ways, everybody kind of knows it.
And you get a system of therapists and are trying to get people to think that they're wrong and that they have to adjust to a rotten system. And we're getting to the point where we talk about all the time, Mike and Hugh and others in the group, we know that the insane are sane and the sane are insane in this system.
But it's almost counterproductive, you see, to actually point out what they're doing and how evil it is. You have to really start with kind of drawing out the humanity in each one of the inmates. And if you can get them sane, then they can see it all. But it's kind of you can't handle the truth. The majority of people can't and don't want to. I mean, I'm completely persona non grata reason for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is that I rubbished what you were saying, that we have no future in space, and the whole idea is very, very unpopular with everybody here in my sailing community. That there are no aliens out there. That the evidence, if they're all spouting science and go by the evidence, and I say, if you go by the evidence and the science, then Carl Sagan was wrong. There are no aliens out there, and they hated it. The idea that there's no Star Trek future in space is like people got seriously fucking angry. The other thing, I got chucked off some guy's boat, and well, it didn't speak to me for a couple of weeks because I said Elon Musk is an idiot. I said, I know these types. I'm South African. You see a dime a dozen, and they grifted. He's just basically grifting off government subsidies. Boy, I couldn't have. It was like dissing Allah to a mullah. Basically, these things run so deep in the population, and what you're taking away is their hopeful project. So they will round on you for exposing. Everybody knows that this is an evil beast. The thing is that they've sold out to it. So that when you point out that this beast is evil, you're saying you've married and sold out to an evil enterprise. They're not friendly towards you. It's only outsiders and incels and people that already are out on the fringe of the system and have already basically been ejected from it that you can actually recruit. And what you don't want the ejectees. You want the people, like you say, they're patriots with their fingers on the buttons and stuff on the inside. It's those guys. It's turn guys in the Pentagon and stuff like that. It's very much what Q's doing. So you have to, you can appeal to the outside and get, kind of demagoguery of the misfits. But the discontents of society are not really it. It's the apostates from the society that are really valuable, because they are in seats of control. You have to get in the cockpit of this aircraft, and not just shout from the back, if you see what I mean.
Yes, and this. So you asked Sophie asked what was our group doing in order to make the adjustments that are coming. So there's very much a push, and it's a very nice dialogue of people trying to become self-reliant more and more by growing their own food and being able to be more off-grid than they currently are. And I think I would say almost you've got a pessimistic view of the populace, almost, particularly at the US level, because there's so much. Once you get out of the cities of the United States and you get into the countryside, there are many people that are just they've got this mindset for prepping and waiting for the system. This is the strength and Achilles heel of the US, is that it's a revolutionary. They celebrate the revolutionary culture, and there's many individuals that are looking at the current system, know that they're being robbed left and right across multiple levels, and are waiting for it to implode under its own contradictions. And I would say we're very much at that point right now, where
So I've got a butt in here. So I feel very, very strongly on this point, because I feel I have some precognition of how this goes down. You're absolutely right on everything you said, but it's terribly dangerous. The people in the country are at tremendous risk. So the whole rotten problem is the guys in the city. The guys in the city are ultimately the biggest losers, because they have no supporting habitat or any natural support. They have no skills or abilities. So you're absolutely right on the long-term vision. The problem is the short-term vision. And in the short term, the people in the country suffer terribly. So the way it works is they wipe out the people in the country to support the people in the city first, and then the city collapses. And so you see it again and again in China. You'll see it again and again. Well, you see it starting now, just with a hike in food prices. So in my video series, where I'm busy starting a big psyops, is in the very second one, I realized I didn't speak strongly enough, but in two parts, I basically try and convince people not to do a parallel polis, not to go off grid, and not to go for the country. You see, it's a trap. You see, if you take something that's definitely coming, like food shortages, water shortages, and that implies pandemics, is that if you look what happened in China and in Russia, they both, this is totalitarian systems, and this is where they're going. America's going to be totalitarian. This is why you have to think this way. In Beijing, they let the people starve. If you look at the famine in China under Mao, they let the people in the country starve. They actually sent,
feed the cities. Yes, it's.
But they sent missives out to the country and the country commissioners, and they said, even if you have to all starve, you must get food to Beijing, otherwise there will be a counter-revolution. And so they did it with the kulaks. It wasn't Stalin and the Holodomor. What is it?
Holodomor. Ukraine.
Basically when they starved out all the kulaks, it wasn't only collective punishment for the kulaks. It was also to get the food into the cities, because the greater problem was a rebellion in the city. And so the way it goes down is they decimate the country, and you basically
but that's a harder thing to do.
Come and get you.
That's the harder thing to do in the United States. So I have a back and forth with Brendan O'Connell about this, because he has a very pessimistic view that as we walk forward into this AI future, that the real-time analytics is able to predict the movements of individuals. They know who probably will put up a fight, and they can focus on those individuals. And I think that there's a fail-safe in the United States that is difficult to get around, which is just the degree of armament available to the public. The everyday Joe can, they can put up resistance, right? If you've got a couple of neighbors and you've got sight lines down the end of the street, and each and every direction,
No,
you
So
can
I saw
hold
this
off a
in
lot.
South Africa. So this is the problem with that: is you don't have a target. So you're shooting at an idea. So you can be armed to the hilt. What you'll wind up doing is pawning those arms to pay for food for your kids. So it's good from the point of tactics and resilience in, say, in a battle, which they might come, but you really, it's a big mistake in America, especially on the prepping side, to get this very narrow vision, and it comes from Hollywood. Basically, it's a very 12-year-old version of collapse. It's not very well informed. And basically, you don't have people coming up the street. You have basically your assets seized in the bank account. People get sick and you have no access to healthcare. You get whittled down with nothing to shoot, and that's what they don't understand.
Yeah, so this is why I think there's this fail-safe that I'm talking about, and a good example is on the sponsor that helps pay for the streaming to get us around the censorship.
Brubaker Arms.
Yeah.
Yes. He's had a few missives with me. He don't like me.
But there's this streak of independence in these people where they can feed themselves, they can protect themselves, they're in communities that they can organize, that they're not going to surrender their arms like they did under Mao or under the Bolsheviks. I don't see that happening. So I think it's going to be a much more subtle array of adjustments, right? And maybe it's a split of the United States. I hope that's not the case. I really do. I really hope the United States stays as the light on the hill that it should be, and it gets its act together, and we're able to sort of push back that way, because it's the sovereignty and individualism that is the bedrock of the United States that allows us to push back against the digital tyranny, if you like. And yes, of course, a lot of those.
But what about cooperation and mutual aid?
Yeah, I think that this
that is
more in America. I think I actually, I've got to be candid. I write all these guys off. They haven't got a hope. So the reason is, let me explain, since that's such a dramatic statement. But think of this. Imagine this world where what they're going to do is a UBI. They're going to do a digital currency. You'll have to have a phone. If you don't have a phone, the government will give you one, but with a subsidy. But everybody, we're very close to the point where they mandate everybody must have a cell phone. And then, even if not, they will do something like COVID passports with QR codes on your phone. They'll find a way to get a cell phone in everybody's hand. Bill Gates, everybody's doing it. But I'll give you just one aside: is that already in France they're so far advanced that an anarchist group was identified as an underground terrorist group. The first moment they got scrutiny was they gave up their cell phones, and then immediately the Interpol and the French police swooped on them. It was that was the signal. They gave up their cell phones. So just first know that. Now, what your cell phone is going to be used to do is something like a UBI, and UBI is not going to be, oh, now you've got money, you can go off grid. No. All the spending and what you're allowed to spend on will be done by all the things like Alison McDowell talks about, the things that you will have, say, social credits, and you have impact tokens and things like that. But they will say, okay, you can use this much of your UBI, can only be spent on food. and then they'll say exactly what kind of food, and then they will say, well, this much only on education for kids, and you'll have a little supplementary allowance for your kids, and this is how education will be done. And then that individuality then now counts against you, because you get eroded on everything, single thing. If you might attend a church, then they would give you a social credit saying that people that attend church have better outcomes in terms of, say, crime or some other social good. And so then they'll basically give you a credit to go to that church. They'll also be manipulating that church. Its 501c status will be dependent on what it does, things like nonviolence, things like giving up your guns. So the priests you might wind up in a situation where you have to choose between the Bible you're thumping and your AR-15. The priest might be telling you the time for AR-15s is gone, and then barley bar in the Bible. And why? Because they're trying to keep their 501c status. See, that's the world we're getting in. The atomized world is really, really bad. The way we see it is you've got to go underground. You've got to see all this stuff coming, and you have to have mutual networks underground. Part of the reason why we're talking to you, basically, we take a hit on the left, because our audience is mainly on the left, although we're not left or right. But it just so happens that the anarchists are skewed a bit towards the left, which is something I don't like, but it's just a historical fact. But the reason why you'll find more and more of anarchists on the left reaching out to libertarians, we basically call you guys libertarians, but you will find us reaching out to the libertarians because we need an alliance. All of us need this underground alliance across boundaries. And the big problem that we see in your side is this religiosity has to go. It's part of the slave narrative. And the other thing is this independence kind of pioneer spirit and relying on the gun is good. I mean, keep your guns and fucking learn how to use them. But you have to get out of the bunker mindset that you're going to use them to protect your daughter from the anarchist hordes. That scenario is very, very rare. Basically, it'll come in like South Africa where they hit the farmers. But you see, the farmers in South Africa, basically you're going down the route of the farmers in South Africa. So you must, if you want to go down this route, then you need to do the research. And I will tell you endlessly what your fate is. But essentially, it's pretty much you get hit one by one. You get taken down in brutal circumstances, one by one on these farmsteads. You don't get to use your weapons. It's basically you don't get the chance to get your AR-15 out. It's just not that situation. It's much more likely where you get out of your car to open the gate and the guys jump you. It's more like that. The guys will study you. The guys will get you. Your weapons will not help you. What the farmers do is to make loose alliances that are essentially militias to control that area. Those militias then run up against the state. And then basically you're forced into being an anarchist mutualist.
Yeah, so that's I think that's a given that. Well, you still don't know the state of the apparatus that you're going to be going up against, because it's not.
Well, you do.
It's not impervious.
I would really counter that. The basically totalitarian mindset is very uniform and very predictable. They're all Vogons. They have no imagination. And there's not much difference between National Socialists in Germany or Soviet Socialists in Russia or Communist Socialists or Marxist Socialists in China. There's not much different. What you're seeing in China today what you see in Israel today is really not that much different from National Socialism in Germany.
Well, but there's the observation that each one of those systems, as isms, have imploded over time, right? And this is, and like I agree with you with respect to networking. That's what we work hard on that in the background with the technical aspect, just for communications, should things go down, that type of thing. The understanding that you need to have. So the way I've begun to sort of try to describe it to people is what we're up against are the think tanks, the quasi non-governmental groups, and these defense quasi-defense, private industry, information gathering networks. And I would argue the scale that we're already operating at, and our ability to process information from multiple feeds and multiple, how should we say, hotspots, right? Whether it be wars kicking off in the Middle East, to lab leaks in China, to the pantomime that is the US political system. We're getting that information in real time. We're passing it in a way that I would argue is way more efficient than the think tanks, because we're almost non-ideologically aligned, right? Whereas if you take a think tank like Atlantic Council or any other, they have to fit everything within a paradigm, and they're trying to maneuver themselves, and also because they're trying to maneuver for money, so they become blind in a way to all aspects of all dimensions of the information that we're having to operate with. So I would say that we're actually we're in a better position to be able to respond in real time to compared to the what you're talking about, which would be the official response of moving government hardware from point A to point B to what they think is control.
No, you misunderstand. What I'm trying to get, okay, let me try and convey two things. One of them, they will use structural violence on you. So what the misassumption is that basically, like safety's off, rack and load, is basically that you are assaulted you may be assaulted by, say, a police unit or a renegade unit or paramilitaries in your house. That's not what the danger is. It's relatively easy to defend yourself in that circumstance. The huge blind spot that you're missing is that they wear you down by structural violence. So that's the first thing. The second thing is,
you're talking about things like schools and medicine and this where you have to interact with the structures that
I'm
are
talking
inherent.
about taxes. They will come and get you like David Koresh, because basically some guy will come with a clipboard and said, "Have you paid your fucking water tax?" And you say, "Well, we gather rainwater." And they say, "It doesn't matter. There's a hosepipe ban, and you've been, somebody snitched on you that you're basically you're watering vegetables, and you're not allowed to do that in a drought, rainwater or not." And you say, "Well, okay, we get it from groundwater." You say, "Well, you're not allowed anymore to get anything from the water table. So therefore, you're in violation, $2,000 fine for watering your tomatoes." Then basically you will have to appear in court. If you don't, they'll seize your property and your AR-15, and your wife and kids will see you in jail. So that's the way they get you. They'll get you with a poll tax. They'll get you with a dog tax. They'll get you with a fucking gun tax.
Well,
so
that's
not the way
that's
to go.
extant already, right? I would
say that. But here, I haven't finished. So the real thing to think about is, think of the long grind. Basically, these are like the wheels of justice. They move slow, but they grind exceedingly fine. All these guys are looking for a showdown. The preppers are making the biggest mistake of their fucking lives, because they're looking for a big Armageddon and a showdown. Not
and I would caution people against that.
Well, here's the thing that I think you're missing in your paradigm, is look for the long haul. All these organizations, you say, the NGOs and the think tanks and all these agencies, that they can be exceedingly long-lived. And I mean, they can outlast the grid. They can outlast the internet. They can be the very last things that go down. The history shows that. So you can't think in terms of defeating them in that way, right? Probably the best thing is to accelerate the collapse, because they end at the end of collapse. The big danger is that you might win the battle, but you'll lose the war. It's you see, they on your side, you're thinking too much in terms of this one showdown battle. It's like, no. It's a long drawn out. They can draw the situation out with geoengineering, with social engineering. They can engineer everything. They can do religious engineering. They'll do psyops on you. And here's where you're vulnerable. That individuality that you have is lethally bad, because they'll split your ranks. There's so many fissures inside the libertarian right. is basically, I can split you just between Michigan and say basically some other state. I can just say, I'll get you a guy, Michigan against Alabama. Put two guys in a room and I'll have a fist fight. That individuality is lethal to you.
So, you know, the consensus that I've been trying to put in, because things are accelerating right now. I do think we're in a point of acceleration. That much is obvious. Is right now is to, as human beings, individuals, families, our job right now is to survive the maneuvering of these systems as they reorientate themselves. Right? You don't go looking for conflict,
Agreed. Yeah.
And the default position right now is to not give your data over, you know, just make it a step harder for them to get the data on you, right? Because it'll come down to information, like you
said. Get off social media except for an anonymous.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's that aspect, and this is something that I said to, you know, people that watch my streams. It's just that because I'm the one that's public right now, and you know, there's no need for anyone else to be public, right?
Yeah, there's some defense for you. There's some your profile is actually a defense because you're well enough known now that basically they can't take you out in too nefarious a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried in that respect. I mean, my concern more is an aggressive move by the Chinese, and I would be a thought criminal or something, you know, because I've been critical of their state very harshly over the last year. But you know, for as soy-ridden as the Japanese are, I think there would be a lot of resistance against the Chinese physically coming into the country.
Yeah, I think you're pretty safe.
But it comes down to how the West reacts, and a lot of this is just in response to the rot that's set into the institute. It's not rot; it's the transformation of the institutions that that's being driven by wokeism, for want of a better vernacular, and how that responds. And as a system, it can look all encompassing because it targets your children, to your employment, to everything. You know, the social pressures and constructs are immense, but thankfully people are conscious to it, right? This sense of it, well, it's almost it is communism in a way. It's let's not beat around the bush. When it emerges fully, it'll have all the traits of a sort of
Hugh, sorry to interrupt, but I'll be very brief, but we introduced the idea of accelerating the demise of the system, accelerating collapse. And where are you going with your groups on this topic? Would that be something you discuss or agree with?
Yeah. So I guess the general or the not conclusions, but the real-time analysis that we're doing, right? Because you know, that's we're all involved in the same game now. We're all using the same technologies as these groups. Okay, just that we're the rebel. Like, we don't have the funding that these, but the funding for them is also a burden, right? And that we don't have, right? And so the acceleration comes when there's this passive resistance, and the passive resistance is I'm not going for your injection. I'm not going for the
non-cooperation.
Non-compliance, and that suddenly becomes a problem for them, right?
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, we are 100% in agreement on this one.
And so that's the stance right now, and in that stance, you organize, and the more that you can build the networks and find people who are willing to operate coherently, and it's free autonomous set of individuals, and the ideological outline of it is broad and flexible, that we try and take as many views as possible. Is this the sit back and wait, and in that sort of Gandhi approach, the other side is having to maneuver and expend their ammunition, and we can then adjust to them. And I would
Yeah. So sorry, John, but yeah. So we're absolutely on the same page. So I'm just cutting you short to save you some breath. But so we call that Wu Wei, and that is basically the way to do it is timing. But the thing is, you can't be passive and let the system react. You have to wait for the system to have its guard down and then basically strike.
But that's what we've done. That's what we've done. As you know, there has been resistance.
But you struck in the sense of a psyops. I'm talking in basically full spectrum resistance. So there'll definitely come a moment where you actually called on your metal, and then you have to have a militant response, and that's coming.
Potentially, but there's also the effects from mass movement, right? And this is why the United States is so critical, because, like, you know, you've argued for it being a problem. I would say that used correctly, which is you know, castle doctrine, community, and let these people try to make their moves, and they've made real, and I'm not exaggerating here, they've made massive strategic moves that I think over the next 6 months to a year are going to crystallize events that and as we're watching it, will enable us to respond quickly and adapt quickly. And there are multiple possibilities to what that is, but let's keep it in a domain of actual events that we can see unfolding, and that revolves around the use of these therapeutics and the population that's moved in to take that pathway. The other pathway is just to be the other control group. Now, in flipping the switch the way they have, there's enough understanding of the science to say, well, there could be real potential problems with that group that went down the corporate on the corporate needle. Let's think of it like that. They're stuck with the corporate program, and they're going to be caught in this cycle of, they're already telling you need booster shots, etc. They're spinning this narrative, and it might be the case that, okay, we see a mid to long term consequence from the therapy itself that is potentially, you know, that can bring a system down because people will be upset.
It'll trigger people to divorce from the system. It'll
Yes.
break loyalty to the system.
Yes, and then, but also there's the flip side of that, which is this idea of escape mutants because of the pressure put on by the therapies that are being
inoculation. Yeah, they're basically breeding
super strains.
That's that Flemish doctor vet Gert van
den Bosch. Yeah,
that's his position on vaccinating during a pandemic, and his contradiction to his theories are about the possibility that the variants are not so different that they would compromise immunity to the first one. You know, so there's a debate on that at the moment. It's not
yeah, we don't know. We don't know. This is the whole point right now, is that it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're the head of Moderna, the head of the CIA, the NSA, or us sitting here, we're all looking at the same data, right? And they might have advantages by getting something a few hours ahead, but in this world that we live in right now, it's impossible to keep things undercover very long, and we can adapt accordingly. And I'll give you a good example of the last week. So people are flipping out about magnets sticking to the injection sites. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we're following it.
Yeah. So,
but I thought it was all bunk. I didn't think it was
no, but there's actually a very coherent explanation as to what's happening. Now, just that fact alone, that people have seen this, it wasn't described to them in the discussion when they were supposed to be able to give informed consent, are already turning people against the corporate, let's just call it the corporate narrative, right? Rather than trying to make it too complex. But in the manufacture of this technology, the separation of the product that you want is dependent on nanomagnetic particles that extract out the RNA that you want. And I would presume they thought they had a wash of some kind that took that magnetic nanoparticle out to give the pure RNA. And it's obvious that it hasn't done that. And so
they use a kind of electrophoresis, right, to get magnetic separation out of that.
No, these are literal sort of small particles of charged iron, metal, and
in the base, basically in the serum that the pegs.
I would argue that it's not meant to be there with the methods, but as part of think of it as the brewing part of the
manufacturing process. It's one of the steps in the manufacturing process that has actually polluted the downstream process.
Yeah, and I would guess that there are hot batches and non-hot batches, depending on who's running those machines to do that. There's someone in there
cleaning them. If they're running 24/7 and the guys are trying to get, it's like they compromised a lot of the cleaning cycles and stuff.
Yeah, and it's already happened. There was that huge case, I forget the name of the company in New Jersey, that was basically given the license for 2 vaccines, and they screwed it up. They screwed up the production.
And the federal government gave them immunity of prosecution, so it's like, that's a big mistake. That is a huge fucking mistake right there, because basically that every plant manager's just chuck the safety manager out the window as soon as they had indemnity. So it's a big mistake.
So I would just say we're in this situation where you watch the system go through the motions, and you're seeing it make mistakes all the time. And this is why it was like when they go back in history, they will look the lab leak argument. It was the critical factor, right? That crystallized or formed the crack, that formed the fissure that's going to split the edifice open, because there's so many lies and there's so many connections around it, and from there it impacts everything. And it doesn't matter what you're talking about, the tracking and the putting everything on blockchain, and the impact goals that they're going to have you
tokens, the impact tokens,
that they'll have you trying to do. But we've got into the mechanisms of dialogue about how they're supposed to be instantiated, and changed it already, and they're trying to respond in real time right now, the same way that we are. But it shows more and more people, this is what you're heading to. Are you going to how are you going to respond to that? And the working class.
I don't think they are going to respond, right? So
but there's a lot.
You're driving them. They're already in learned helplessness. You're driving them deeper into despondency. So it's not bad, but I think you misunderstood me on a thing. So about the individuality stuff. So America, absolutely, I agree with you. I'm not writing America off. America is the decisive battleground. This is, I think we both agree that the decisive battleground is America. I'm really worried about the preparation of Americans because of this individuality. They get over it quickly, but I should be saying we. I'm actually married. But they if you see in, say, the 1930s, one of the things that Roosevelt was responding against was the hobos camps and the rise of the homelessness, which were becoming more of a commune, and they were really scared of communism breaking out, particularly in the in those disenfranchised peoples. And so that had far more to do with Roosevelt's New Deal than all the social goals that they teach in the schools now. It was a defense against communism, which was breaking out in those disaffected crowds. So we're getting those disaffected crowds. You're seeing the hobo thing. There's secret languages, everything. You're starting to see. I mean, go down to Venice Beach, and you'll see those communities arising again that were their big threat to the establishment. So it's. So, and I mean, you can see in there, because if you go up to Portland and stuff, we're as tight as shit up there, man. The mutual community is very, very strong. Now, I don't write the South and the right off, the far right off in terms of they just too insular and family oriented. Not quite that badly. They can get together, but it is a real danger. But in terms of basically the bigger battleground, even beyond this current pandemic, which, let's face it, the value, I think, to us is as a PsyOps. So the stuff that you're doing, the only result you're going to get out of it is PsyOps. And so you have to lower your sights and think of that. You can't get to the stage where you have, the QAnon awakening and, they have the big drop where they expose everybody and stuff. You could do that, but it would be water under the bridge, and everybody in the mainstream has selective amnesia, so they would forget it quickly. So the bigger aim is to get them to break loyalty. And then this is one piece in breaking loyalty. But you have to think in terms of how a disaffected population responds, and the way is exactly as you said. It's about low-level wrecking and disobedience and non-cooperation. And that you can get in spades, because it's very easy to go from apathy and to learned helplessness to the forbidden therapy for that. The great therapy for hopelessness is wrecking, monkey wrenching, and wrecking the system in a stealth manner. It's a tonic. It's a tonic. Basically, and so you can lead people down that path, and against the system as a whole, with the obvious caveat that they reasonably have to know that what comes after that is a post-grid environment where they lose all these comforts.
Well, look at the example of the pipeline. What's the name of it that happened there recently?
Colonial.
Excel.
Not Excel, the Colonial.
Yeah, but look, that's an example. No, let's just, imagine that this was some kind of campaign of monkey wrenching online or whatever. But look, that sort of operation had far-reaching consequences. Did you discuss this among your?
Yeah, this is a key feature of our discussions, and I would encourage everybody. You want to know why it's happening, and this is where you need to get into the tech aspect. I like to listen to Brendan O'Connell's take that a lot of stuff is backdoored. You're seeing it's being driven by, let's say, Israeli intelligence programs, Talpiot program, Unit 8200. These are the people that have backdoored all these systems and are able to hold them to ransom. And it's not just that. It's
in Ireland at the moment with the health system that they're completely wrecked, and they've accused a white wizard spider group from Russia instead of pointing the finger.
But it's not Russia.
Nobody believes that.
There are Russians in it. There are Russians in it, but it's a lot of this is the cyber domain, where Benjamin Netanyahu has said cyber is the real power, and this is these new powers flexing their muscles.
Basically, Ireland came out on the side of the Palestinians, and what do you know? The next few days, there's instantly the healthcare system is frozen with ransomware. It's like
Ireland has been behind the Palestinians for 20 years. I mean,
Mm.
it's just not it's not new, yeah. But this time the Minister for Foreign Affairs went very, very strong on it, and it just happened 3 days after our health system was down, and people can't get into hospital, and treatments are not. They're 7 days now into the cyber attack, and things are still in shambles. So honestly, a ransomware from Russia, no.
It's all your systems have been backdoored through the chip designs. A lot of it comes from Israel, and this is the silent warfare that you've got to expect. The biowarfare.
Well, it's been going on for a decade or more. So it does. I mean, Intel has been putting backdoors, and Windows is basically an arm of the NSA. They've been putting backdoors in Windows and stuff since the 90s. But what's happened recently, I mean, I would give you 50-50 odds that the chip shortage now is them trying to get a clean chipset. So every nation is trying to get an uncompromised chipset. But the problem with that, and deploy it in the military, the problem with that is you can almost count down based on their progress on that score to when we go to war. Because your logical conclusion is if all the world is scrambling for clean chipsets in military hardware to event a day one cyber attack on World War III, you assume that as soon as they get there, we're in a wartime situation. So
you're already there. People need to understand that you're already in that situation, right? These events are ongoing. You don't hear about a lot of it, but what was the someone in the chat will tell me Fire. What was the company? But it was a very, very important company. I forget the name now. But basically, Fire Strike or something like that. But,
Fire Strike, yeah.
And this is the level that's being attacked, right? You had a mass internet outage, not yesterday, the day before.
Excuse me, I have to just a second. A neighbor just called in, and here I'll be back in a.
Okay.
There's been a few DDoS attacks and internet outages. You're kind of following them, yeah.
And so, this is part of the dialogue. This is the process of passing information and making it so that people can adapt in real time, and not only that, but not panic, right? And but I would say we need to do more with respect to peer-to-peer type communications, because they could flip off everything. But I mean, I'm literally isolated from all of the people that I speak to, because everyone else is in Europe, Australia, or the United States. There's no way I could set up a sort of local radio node across. You don't know.
So we had this expression called the intersubjectivity synchronicity telephone, which is a kind of out there concept, but it comes from Ken Kesey and the psychedelic revolution. But the basic premise is that everybody on the same wavelength. You don't have to think too much in terms of literal communication and sort of redundant radio nets and stuff. I don't give a lot of hope for that. You might get a long range radio and stuff, but the way to think of it, I think, is not think of it in that kind of way. Is you can think of it as old school communications. There's a lot of benefit to going old school and rustic, and so Bin Laden and these guys did it when they were on the run. But you can do more in letters and old school snail mail things and just communications. You see, the basic premise is that you don't have to be that literal. If a year down the road, after the communications are really busted up or completely compromised, I'm pretty sure I could look at something or something and I could say, I know that. That's probably Kevin. I can see his thing. But anyway, I would instantly know that we're comrades, and basically I would respond in kind. So you get this meta analysis that kind of over the literalist heads, and the current Vogons in the military establishment, they're very linear thinkers. And the idea that you could have just, an understanding that is a meta layer of communication above everything they're doing is quite beyond them, because they have a hierarchy and their communication systems are top down, and they haven't got any clue about a lateral mesh network that can actually communicate laterally almost by telepathy. So I wouldn't say you get too into those things. Those will evolve as time goes on, because it's very easy to recognize a compatriot across the room. Secret handshakes more like than connection via radios. So I'd definitely say that. There was something else that I wanted to say. What was your previous points before communication?
The fact that people are, well, they're moving as a unit because of the ability to pass this information so quickly.
Now on your project with something like eco-health and what you're exposing, I'm thinking more in the future.
So right now the networks that we have are encompassing all this cyber domain and the inherent weaknesses of these interconnected systems, and the fact that they've been backdoored. This is part of the discussion all the time as to why we're seeing the situations that we are, how we're seeing the pivot with geopolitics, and what might have been the best laid plans of mice and men, which was the Pan-Eurasian superstate, the Belt and Road Initiative. That's actually in the last few months it's starting to fall apart. Australia has said no. People have become wise to the fact that Microsoft Israel has backdoored everything and all the systems that we're reliant on, and we're strategically weak because we're reliant on a few key foundries with respect to the manufacture of chips. I mean, that's a common topic of discussion. But I would add this: the military hardware doesn't require the latest AMD or
they averse to it because basically they risk averse. So I've worked on systems in one of the companies you mentioned that was a legacy system that was out of date for 11 years. The DoD paid for its maintenance, millions and millions for its maintenance, just because they didn't want the newer versions. The military doesn't like the newer versions, because they probably compromised, and they take a long time to decide. This is the reason why the military infrastructure in the missile ICBM complex is really from the 70s, and they maintain the hardware and the software from the 70s. And you say, well, don't you want the cutting edge? No, they're designed to be very, very retrograde. And actually, rebels should also think in terms of, that's why I say in terms of snail mail, and don't the higher end is the battleground. In terms of security and really resilient communications, you've got to think in terms of really rustic and really unsophisticated.
Yeah, and
so
I would like I say, there are some things that you can control, and there's the premise that you hope you've got the wisdom to understand what you can and you can't control, and the discussion revolves around.
We have no narrative of control. So our whole thing, our whole shtick is that you don't have any control.
Well, I'm gonna have to sort of disagree with that, because I can control my household.
No,
I can
control. But can you? I mean, can you? How much of your household can you control? You've got your time allocated. I mean, if you might be in special circumstance, but for the average Joe, they're controlled like a slave. They have to work more than 9 to 5 every day. They're controlled by the taxes. They're controlled by their phone. They're controlled by the social structures. There's almost no autonomy. All you can do, where you do have some choice, is non-compliance. But then you have to do it artfully, because you can't be seen to be, go up against the system and take it on, with a frontal assault. You've basically got to be underground and very stealthy. But it's more emerging people of like mind, like us. I'm talking about your group and our group. It's basically, for the base thing is we want humanity to survive, and these people are not human. These people are transhuman. They're the scum of the earth, and if the world sticks with them, they're dead. So we're trying to basically have life and make sure we have progeny. And basically on that one, I would introduce this, because I wouldn't give much time to wokeism, because it hasn't got much future, because the future I see is really tough, and nobody's woke in a foxhole. So basically, it's basically a first world problem. Wokeism is a first world problem that has no legs. It's very, very privileged, and it's the kind of problem you get with privilege. So you can just ignore it, because those guys have no longevity.
It's one of the factors that causes the implosion and the acceleration.
We want the implosion.
Well, yes. So that means passive resistance to their programs, because they want to subsume all into their identity politics and their critical race theories or identitarian ideas. And like I say, the non-compliance to it, and this is where I've pleaded with people, right? And thankfully I'm not in that situation. I've really thank the good Lord that he's put me in a position where I don't have to worry about my kids being subverted by the school, right? And I'm comfortable in that they're going away and they're having a classic education as I understood it, right? It very much reminds me of Britain in the 70s and 80s with respect to schools here. And so it's just normal subjects. And in the East, they don't have the issue with the identity groups, as it's not subverted. The reason you have them in the West is because you've allowed these groups to gain a foothold. They've marched through the institutions, following Gramsci's roadmap, and here you are.
This is the thing about communists: is they creep and creep and creep and creep for decades, and they get knocked into six. They get knocked out of touch in about a minute. So the communists are very long range, creepy kind of. They have this Chinese view as well, but they get rolled back in a month. So they get 20 years of work can be rolled back in a month for them. So
which is why they're so insistent.
I don't think it's worth worrying about them.
Well, but there's this. You want to make sure. So if we the idea and the premise is to get as many people through, as you called it, the bottleneck, right? You want to make sure that your young are as subversive free as possible. Okay, and this is why in the West there's such an issue with the schools. I'm an advocate for a healthy nationalism that's learn your history, learn the culture. I mean, it's sound hypocritical because I'm in another country, but I haven't come here and tried to turn Japan into a little corner of England. Everything is it's set up.
Well, you don't need to. It's so English anyway. Island nations are very similar.
Yeah, and that I felt that straight away. That
there's a great, you would probably get a big bang out of reading Lawrence van der Post. So Lawrence van der Post is a South African writer who is very associated with Jung, and he was a Japanophile, and he waxes lyrical about the the similarities between Britain and Japan, which he found really extraordinary in the mindset.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, if they hadn't opened the floodgates to immigration in the UK, the UK would be very much like Japan: ordered society, clean, not as fractured, and there was a very, very specific program of subversion to deconstruct the idea of love of country in the population, right? And a strong nationalism is it's one of the bigger roadblocks that the globalist system has to contend with, and actually it's manifested most freely in the United States, because there is this inculcation in you're in the best country in the world, that the American system, etc., is the one that brings about excellence. And of course it has its issues as well, but this is where like I say, I think the key battleground would be in the United States. There's going to be, like I say, you've seen the population is split already. They did it in a few months, which is going down the pathway of the gene therapies and the therapies for SARS-CoV-2, and that's going to be the discussion. And literally, you've got now 7-month window in which that's going to work itself out. And at the end of that 7 months, you could be in a state of complete anarchy because of the
careful anarchy's order to us.
So, but
chaos. You mean complete chaos?
Chaos, yes, and that could be
right.
And that could be because of the potential risks from the current round of therapy that's gone on and the booster shots that they're going to give in September, October. But it also might be that the other side get backed into a corner that that they've got no other choice but to go down that corporate line. Otherwise survival becomes.
Here's the thing. I think we should advance the conversation, because to me it seems kind of obvious what comes next. So if you look on the financial front, we're printing our way into Armageddon. So there's going to be a financial collapse, Weimar Republic style. You can just look at how the inflated currencies in France, which after the revolution it led to Napoleon, it basically leads to dictatorship. It's a one-way trip to a malevolent dictator. It's not necessarily going to be, even if it's on the far right, you can't really tell with these people. I mean, Hitler was a national socialist, and was a socialist. They say, oh, a socialist in name only. No, he was a full-on socialist. He just was a national socialist. So your program could wind up in your ideology. It could wind up in national socialism. So personally, just personal preference, I prefer it to communism, because I say I'd rather be shot in the face for who I am than stabbed in the back for what I think. And people, on communists have argued with me and say, no, but you can always change what you think. You can't change who you are. And I say, no, but the problem is that what you allowed to think changes all the time. What now, it's very much like living under totalitarian wokeism, because you can say, like, well, I'm in now because I'm trans or something. And you say, yeah, but what happens if there's some breakaway guy who's like a Trotsky who's trans? Then trans people will be public enemy number one, and they'll sweep you up and take you out. And you can't, it's just, you can't keep up with the right politically correct thinking is the problem in those totalitarian. So they become a psychological nightmare. It's like living in a massive psychological torture chamber. So that's why I don't like them. But if we move ahead to this environment, that basically you must think of it more in terms of a wartime footing, where there's a financial collapse. I can see a very easy way to handle unrest on the streets. The traditional way is to just start an intense ground war and to mobilize people and have a draft. It's a way you can get all the young hot bloods off the street. It's a very easy way of doing it. So, I mean, if they get the opportunity to have a proxy war in somewhere like Iran and stuff, you can expect they will draft. I've warned my kids that basically get prepared for a draft and have avenues. And I would say that to anybody that's of military serving age. And basically, as the war goes south, the age of recruitment goes up and up and up. And by the time you eventually get to guys like me, you're at the final stages of the war. So, so think in terms of the long haul, and think in terms of like, if there is a wartime footing, which essentially we are on a wartime footing. We have a command economy. There's no price discovery. The markets essentially have been suspended just because they're being controlled. The gold and silver markets are being controlled. You're seeing a wartime economy. The manufacturing is basically done by diktat far more than market forces. So we are in a wartime footing already. Now, in that environment, you can forget about things like communism and wokeism because they won't survive, or in other words, you can't influence them in propaganda style military and assume martial law is chucked in there somewhere. So all of those things would disappear, just disappear like fog in the morning when the sun comes out. So I don't think you should waste any time on that. It's just we're already so far advanced in this. Just start thinking that we're in the 1939 come the end of the phony. Essentially, we're in the phony war now. So you're just waiting for the hot war to start. And so it's very, very important to pick the battles. And wokeism and communism is not one of them. We're all up against totalitarian transhumanism. So transsexuals are just confused overprivileged kids, as far as I can tell. They're all, transgender.
Yeah, I mean, look, what they are is the mechanism of subversion to bring us to that point where there's that collapse. So, but
again, we want it. We want it. We want to advance this agenda. Right?
There's a very nuanced conversation that you need to have around the concept of acceleration, right? Or accelerationism. You want to be in control, or not in control. You want to be able to, when that accelerationism starts, you need to be able to adapt yourself, position yourself, and get through it. What the nature of it is in the current circumstances.
Yeah, you basically have to think like a surfer, and you have to position yourself for the wave so that basically you can ride it. But you can't control the wave. You see, it's very bad to think you can predict the wave or shape it.
Because, like I say, we don't know the elements of the technology that's going to be used. We've got some idea with respect to the tracking, and we've also got some idea that most people are just going to lap it up anyway because it's a shiny new gadget, and these things are already here. A lot of this is all this idea of this smart city future, etc. You're already in it. Right. This is what a lot of people haven't realized, and it's a small adjustment with respect to the technology to bring about the next stage of the automated revolution and the biological gold rush, which is what's going to happen. And I would argue that the premise of the therapies to these it's dual use agents. They've released dual use agents. This is another aspect that you have to take into your thinking, that they've pulled the pin on the biowarfare grenade. Yeah. Right. It doesn't matter.
We haven't even got into CRISPR and the gene drive and stuff like that. But I think we can see the shape of the techno dystopia. I mean, I would chuck in geoengineering stuff is coming.
Yeah, but I mean, all these technologies are extant. They're being, like, weather modification is the norm. Fracking is the norm. It just depends on where, what's cheapest at the time, right? So the US is pivoting from fracking back to trying to get oil from the Middle East. I think it's a stupid mistake. But that's
it's the finance. You can't. If fracking was already the EROEI is just atrocious, so they can't keep that up anymore. But the indications for war are very, very strong. And what a lot of people missed was before 2018 there was a big rush. I mean, I'm talking about 1.5 million requests for background checks for secret status clearance. In the US, it took them about 18 months to clear the backlog. Now, the only reason I can see for a massive increase in the number of security clearances is a preparation for war. So my assumption is since about 2017 or 2016, they've been prepping for war, it looks like. So we must see ourselves in that kind of situation. And then I think it's important to say how we surf it. And one of the things I think is important is the funding, is basically how an underground community and stuff funds itself. And so I got a lot of ideas on that. And so maybe we should discuss that if you're interested in. But the funding is crucial because you have to, basically use the shekels in the system. So when in Rome, do as the Romans, and the Romans insist on some form of currency to survive. So you have to have. I'm not in agreement with parallel polis and parallel communities, but parallel currencies, I think, are essential. And you can see that in anything. There's a secret underground. I don't know if you know, there's a secret underground in drachma in Greece. Even though they have the euro, because all the drug money and stuff is all done in drachma. So it goes. You can often get in seedier parts of Greece, have some guy saddle up to you in a car park and offer you drachmas for euros, and he's giving you a little into the dark, the black market. So basically, parallel currency, like thinking in terms of the mafia using drachmas, is very important. And of course, I hope it goes without saying that basically all these blockchain technologies and stuff are an NSA sting operation. I wouldn't go near them.
I would say my advice would, look, man, if you want to give me crypto, brilliant. Thank you very much.
I mean, dollars. Sure.
But as a mechanism for transactions and controls and everything, my advice would be to just steer clear of it. Try not to use it. And again, this is the passive resistance that's coming in with respect to the upcoming events, right? Try to find ways. Try to find ways of trading that are not dependent on the new beast system, right? And I'm not sure what that is. And I would say
I'm very advanced on that one. Maybe we should talk about that one next time.
Sure. I mean, what I see is just barter and trade.
So there was never really a barter system. Barter doesn't really work. It's everything. Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and all those early economists, they were all full of shit. They just made up that story about first there was barter and then money was a means of exchange because you didn't have reciprocal exchange. It's all horseshit. When anthropologists went to actually have a look at it, there isn't a single example in the anthropological record that says that people were bartering. What everybody's used all over is the system that Smith and Ricardo thought was a new innovation, and that's debt. All indigenous people have what's called in Arab countries a wasta system. It mostly means I have influence or he owes me one. So it's all a he owes me one system. It's all informal communities have they operate in the realm of a Dunbar number, and everybody is just a favor system. So a favor system works, a barter system's horseshit. But why a barter system never happened is you only have to barter with a stranger, and indigenous people didn't often meet strangers. So
this is. I think this is just a semantic issue because, like you say, you're talking about a tribal number, and that owe me one idea is. I would just say that's you going up and say, "Can I borrow your shovel?" Right? And
no, can I have the money to pay for my poll tax?
But these before you start thinking, if I was to just start putting energy and thought into trying to think of this system, what you need to be able to do is to find a functional way to keep the tribe together that makes up your Dunbar
Oh,
number.
I have better than that. I have a way of extending the tribe too.
But you still need there are physical goods that need to move, right? So before thinking about money and currency, the first thing you got to think about is, well, how do we eat, right? And how do we pay bills, or how do we get firewood? How do we get water? How do we eat? And build up from there. And that, in my mind, is a case of, you're going to your neighbor, someone you know, and you build that relationship, and you help each other. So if one's got the cow, can provide the milk, and the other's got chickens and can
But
provide the
that's
eggs.
very late stage, right? So you've got to think of it in terms of the stages and move with the stages. So you have to have something that works on digital and cell phones and everything that the kids are used to now, and then basically that's one stage. My personal opinion is the grid will stay up very long because the internet, the grid is going to be spotty. But the internet itself will stay up, and cell phone network will stay up. The GPS system, the AIS, all of these systems, they will stay up for a long time. And the reason is they're military strategic. They like the highway infrastructure in the States. It wasn't really built for people to get their gas guzzlers and go on Route 66. It was built as a nuclear defense for strategic movement, particularly of big convoys, and you'll find lots of straight pieces and what those straight pieces are is runways. They're alternative runways for landing aircraft. So the idea was through redundancy, to have these large strips of freeway, and they to move strategic materials around, and they for secret runways. But anyway, the internet is much like that, and the GPS system is like that. The problem is that, and the cell phone, the problem is they will restrict civilian use of it. So at first, when you think of, first it's all like it is now. It's open and you have free access to it as a civilian. You have to think that those will be tightened up. They will start to scrutinize the use that you have of the internet. And license the use of the internet, and shape the flows and stuff like that. But the next stage after that is where you have informal currencies and things like that, particularly gold and silver, and that whole landscape of physical real money. And then finally, when the system collapses entirely, you get onto more proper systems where communities behave in a tribal manner. But I think you have to prepare for that arc of collapse. And the good news is that we both see things in terms of collapse. So it's kind of easy to have this conversation.
But I don't want to be too pessimistic, right? I don't. Human beings have been here before, many times, and I think we'll be surprised at our capacity to adapt.
Maybe, but I think it's not a good mindset to instill in the troops. You want to put them on dead ground, right? On what Sun Tzu calls dead ground. You just basically do the old Roman trick where you burn the bridges, so the guys have to fight to the death. You don't really want to encourage the troops, especially hope is really poisonous, especially in this big labor camp. This labor camp is kept alive by hope. So our first task is to make everybody lose hope.
Well, I don't think we have to do anything with that respect. Let's say
it's an influencer. You're an influencer, right?
You just look at like I say, the brilliant example is the magnetism from the shots. That will turn a significant proportion already of the people that went with the program. Okay, but literally because most of them just won't understand the mechanistic reason behind them. They'll just understand magnets. Magnets stick to me now, right? So in their mind, and like I say, I'm of the opinion I'm not concerned about the masses per se, right? And that's why
it's not a good thing to be.
I don't tailor my message to speak to tens of thousands. I tailor it to speak to hundreds, because if you're trying to speak to such a large number, what happens is you're always forced to pander to your speech in some way
Yeah.
that moves you further away from being able to respond rapidly to events on the ground as they
And also
happen.
funding. So you become basically a plaything of the funders if you're not careful.
Yeah, and you get addicted to the numbers the Patreons that you're getting, and everything becomes a trap, and then essentially you just become a useless node in that network that's feeding feeding bad information. And it's been my determination from the beginning to make sure that what we're doing is taking a scientific approach to appraise the information as we're getting it. And I'm convinced that I'll come back to our ability to crack their narrative around the around the lab. Hey big bush. Yeah, good boy. Come on, switch everything off. It's time for bed. Okay. I forgot what I was saying now. Kids.
Basically shaping the narrative.
Yes. So I'm not going to hold back opinions that some people are going to clutch pearls at, right? And there's a reason that people are sticking around and listening to me, is that I'll take my the professional and scientific way, what little there is, but there is some, and I'll throw it into the fight. And
I personally, Kevin, I think your legs are a lot longer than that. I think that basically you have a lot of charisma, and you certainly have the ability to lead quite a large group, maybe an army. But I think, I think we think exactly the same. The way we think of it is just do right action. We don't look for any outcomes or any great world-changing things. In fact, we try and encourage that as kind of anathema. Any kind of utopian thinking is not.
I avoid that. I avoid that like the plague. And this is what I try to instill to people. Get right with your family. Make family.
It's do the right actions. Don't care about the consequences. We don't really know how this goes. And, basically we all have life experience, and so we can predict that this goes. Look, this doesn't go well. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. We're not going into any rosy future. Basically, you do yourself a favor, and just anybody listening is just do yourself a favor and realize this is going to be as rough as anything ever any human being has ever experienced ever. So I mean on this scale anyway. But the thing is you can't think in terms of we're going to save the planet, or we're going to save humanity, or save civilization. You just have to say, what are the circumstances? What's the right thing to do? And you just do the right thing and don't care about the consequences. You just take personal responsibility for doing the right thing. Now, when somebody of your stature does that, they're liable to garner quite a number of people. The way I see it is that the use of that is shaping an alternative narrative. So the big flaw on the establishment elite transhuman side is they have a very, very shitty narrative. It's pedestrian, it's uninspiring, it's the most quotidian nonsense known to man. The real reason why Klaus Schwab will never get anywhere, why EcoHealth and why Bill Gates and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and all these NGOs and billionaires like Musk is, about the best story of them all is Musk's. And it's a shit story. I mean, it's like, well, we all go to the stars and we all go to Mars, and it's like, and then what? It's like, who wants to live on Mars? It's fucking a death trip. These guys are a fucking death ride. So basically, now the left thinks that they have no story. No, we've got a fantastic story. We're fighting for life on this planet. There couldn't be anything more romantic or heroic. You can find the narrative and meaning to life. It's just handed to us on a fucking plate. You have these death-seeking digital transhumanists that are trying to kill the world and market it. And basically you have these people on life and the environment, kids, progeny and stuff. We're fighting for life. It's like, there's the fucking play of your lifetime. That's the narrative of a lifetime. It's the
and that's your hero's. It's the hero's archetype.
It's
right?
the archetype. It's straight. In terms of archetypes, we've already won, hands down.
And so I'm. You take each day as it comes. Like I say, when I set out speaking publicly in this manner, the idea was just to try to disambiguate the science because there were obvious flaws in it. We've demonstrated that now, and by being able to demonstrate that, I would say that's probably show me something that's as efficacious as that in a shorter time and has an impact, and you're just going to beginning to start seeing the impact right now because because other people which didn't have a spine at the beginning are going to try and move into that space, and now there's going to be a struggle between those of us that did try to bring it to the public consciousness and those that are going to try and move in and control the narrative for their greater good. But the thing is, those people are hooked into that system, right? And it's
here's what I'd say at this stage is just so props to you, man, and all your group. What you've achieved is just fucking wonderful, and certainly in the amount of time. So, but here's my warning after this: is don't get target fixation. Right, you're bigger than EcoHealth, DASAC, and you're even bigger than the medical thing. So your medical thing is just your entry into the fight, but don't push it too far, right? Though because there's only a limited, high impact, but you can't win the war with this one thing. It's just a battle. So it's very important to say, okay, we won that battle and disengage, because you cannot follow the life of this story. This life story of what you've exposed is going to get messy. People are going to try and exploit it. There are going to be counter arguments. It's going to turn into really a big heap of entropy that nobody can track. I wouldn't want to see you go down in that entropy. I don't want to see you be the guy that is basically your identity is wrapped around this, because I think you're bigger than this. And
I've just unplugged my. My headphone came unplugged.
I think personally, you're bigger than this, and you can fight bigger battles. It would be really sorry to be, people that can make a small victory. Then, it's the Hegelian thing where you have synthesis and antithesis, and then you're supposed to arrive at some kind of synthesis or thesis and antithesis, and then you get the synthesis, and it goes on in this pointless fucking dialogue, which pretty much amounts to deadlock, and you have the potential to go down wrestling with a pig. What I would encourage you to say is draw back from the pig and take your winning and run. It's a very old failing in rebels to linger too long after a victory, or to try to push a small victory too far. But basically, think of it as a hit and run, and think of yourself as much bigger than even the healthcare front, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I do take the time to speak to the social issues. I know it's my view is it's going to cause a lot of friction for especially on certain demographics and political views, but I think there's I like to think mine is more sort of family grounded and orientated, and as an antidote to the subversion that is buckling everything right now. It's why, like I said, if you wanna understand why the West is so fragile right now, is because they atomize families and they split them up.
Everything atomized. Yeah. It was a plan it was population control after World War II. Yeah, I can give you the history of all of that if you want.
But yeah, it's fascinating, and I'd encourage everyone just to get into understanding the psyop that is, well,
Yeah, but,
depending on which
take
country
your lead in
you
the psyop, right? Take your lead in the psyop. Not so much in terms of drastic and this one thing, because I mean, okay, I think you'll agree that this SARS-CoV-2 and all its family are here forever. They're not. They're going to
it's
become
endemic now,
It's
and
endemic already, right? So it's basically we just got to live with it. So it's people will have amnesia pretty shortly. They'll adapt and learn to live with it and just take the casualties, but carry on just under more reduced circumstances with more pain and misery in the world. So you at some stage you're going to have to switch, right? You personally are going to have to step beyond that and go on to the next thing.
Yeah, and look, this is what I say to everyone that listens to me. But right now, you can only engage what comes on over the horizon to us. And right now, we're in the middle of this scientific dialogue, and that's what we're having to deal with. That will change.
You're making your chops. You're making your chops on that, and you're building up kudos. But I urge you to start thinking of what comes next, because don't. I mean, can I ask a personal question? I mean, don't answer it if you don't want to. But how much time do you think you've got?
Before it gets in, Well,
no, I mean personally, your medical history and stuff.
Oh, me, 20 years.
Oh, okay. So you're not on the short haul, or you're not doing a parting shot or anything like that.
No,
Okay.
But
okay.
if I get 40, it would be.
But I mean, I don't give myself 20 years, and I'm in perfect health. So it's like, sometimes I wonder if I'm going to make 20 weeks. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make, if you think of a 20-year horizon, okay, so then how much hay can you make out of this pandemic? I don't know, a couple more years.
My own personal goal, if I can reach a point where I can wind back the atomization that's been done. And my model would be from the Italian side of my family, which is to aim for extended family living right next to each other. And that's our unit, right? And
so that's why I'm in Greece. It's basically you need social cohesion to get through this. But you've completely failed your side. It's basically, you've first of all, you turned out not to be a Christian. You were a Gnostic heretic, which we give you 2 thumbs up for. And then you turned out to be an anarcho-primitivist, another 2 thumbs. And now you turn out to be a mutualist. And it's like, you keep on going like that, you'll have to basically take out a black flag.
No, because at the end of the day, I try to make the arguments against ideologues, right? Do not.
Okay, you remember. Now that's it. You're a gold standard member. It's like you don't have to say anymore. You're
no flags.
You're a founding. Yeah, you're a founding member.
And that, and if you can instill that in others, okay, and that's look. This operates across multiple dimensions, and critical. There are critical components to human existence. Okay, you got to find the basics. You need to keep warm and cool, and you need to eat. But after that comes there's the existential and spiritual component that you need to.
Maslow's hierarchy, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's. I find that actually a very good heuristic to use with people. That you need to work up a scale, up a hierarchy towards self-actualization, and with at different stages in your life come different points of self-actualization with the maturation and the growth of your brain and personality. And as we atomized societies and culture, we took away some elements of the group aspect or the tribal aspect of that, because it was turned inwards to a form of selfishness, right? And instant gratification, and that's a lot of how the capitalist system has exploded so well, and
Yeah,
it does it brilliantly.
Individualism, like
and it does it brilliantly, and there are aspects of it that are highly they're the pinnacle of thinking of great minds, right? That we understand that the sovereignty of the individual is something sacred, but that sacred individual, if they can build a healthy, and it's your family that you have around you, and you build from there, and then they make friends with the people. I don't know, you might make enemies down the road, it doesn't matter. It's still some community that you're working with, and that would be my goal, to go towards that. The further I could get into the Japanese countryside, and the older my boys get and I can put them to work instead of me, I would have that, and then I would encourage my children. Because of what's happened with my family, I'm thousands of miles away from my family, and under the current circumstances, I'll never see them again.
Yeah, I'm in the same position. So the same position with my kids is that it's very hard to see. Well, I mean, they might come out on the yacht this year, but the financial circumstances and stuff is moving so fast that. But I mean, I told them in 2018 kind of my view of what's coming, and they tracking to that. And part of that is not a hopeful view at all. I'm a complete doomer. But what the flip side of that is that my kids are living their life. They're living their life. So because I'm such a rebel, my kids reacted to become goody two shoes. So I in America, everybody asked me, well, how do you have such good kids? And I said, I tried to make them bad. I failed. And basically, kids always turn out the opposite you want.
That's a bit of a trope, and I think.
Yeah, true. But I mean, in essence, but the thing is now that because they're not very adventurous, they've been remarkably adventurous. My son went to Hong Kong just during the rights as an exchange student, and got involved in those rights. I posted bits of on Reddit, and I was so proud of him because he. I said to everybody in America, said, don't go, it's dangerous. And I said, go. I said, you will learn to read situations of unrest, and you basically learn how to enjoy them and basically stay out of trouble. And I said, they're not dangerous because when you learn to read the situation. But I said, go, because what's happening in Hong Kong now was coming to the States. So he went, and he had the fantastic time. My proudest moment was him. He said, he's not a brave kid, right? And he told me, Dad, I had a fantastic thing today. He said, I was walking with all my student buddies across this bridge, and there was this police brigade, riot police. And they one of the kids I was with, he shouted and gave them the finger. And the whole basically police line charged them. And he said, I was just walking along there, minding my own business with a Slurpee, and we had to scatter, and I had to run for my life down these stairs. And he says, Dad, those guys better watch their step, man. If they carry on doing shit like that, a guy could drop his Slurpee. And I was like, oh, you're my son, man. So it was but what's my doomism has turned them into they're living life totally. My daughter's going to drop out of college now and I'm encouraging her to. Just say there is no future in this bullshit.
Look, the systems have run. Unless you're on an inside track in the STEM field where you're gonna get somewhere beyond a bench monkey.
But she's racking up debt. She's racking up student debt. And she said she's earned enough money to pay off her debt and go with her boyfriend on an adventure. I said, do the adventure. The old program comes from the 50s and it's doomed. The idea you go to college and you work your way, get a piece of paper and a guaranteed job, it's gone. You will never see those days again. So start moving on to living your best life. And that's
it's funny what you say, but I've got the same experience with my kids who have become very conformist because I led a life that wasn't, even though I was a doctor and I was, you know, doing the job in the community. But I still see, like I told you, my son went to sea very young in wild mornings on the Atlantic, fishing on small boats, and got very early through the elements. So he did get his lesson in life, but still very conformist. He doesn't want to hear what I'm telling him about the collapse of the system. And my daughter's the same. But as you, Kevin, I kind of happy to be not far from them. They're within an hour of me by car, and walking it would maybe half a day, or by horse it would be with, you know. So we're not far from each other, and it's I'm not sure I have a base here, a good base with a good social cohesion. You see what I told you there? I'm here with you, and somebody walks into my house. That's the way people live here. Walks in, sits down, puts on the kettle, and it's been like that since forever. So I'm in a good place for community, but at the same time, who knows? Because things move so fast. Things are going so fast at the moment. Yeah. Choose your tribe. Choose your friends.
The thing is, though, it comes in circles, right? So you can have your inner tribe and then rings of outer ones.
Yeah.
And our tribe here online is a loose network.
We have a good tribe between
like-minded individuals, right? So,
and look, what does that do? It's passing information. It's all information right now, and responding to it. You know, it's
well, a bit of wisdom, because you see, because we're older, the younger kids are surprisingly uninformed, right? See, one of the things all this atomization has done is taken away some of the structures that you need to survive. It's taken away some of the traditional mythologies, the storytelling. Yeah, but they've denuded this. They've cut bare. By the time you get to TikTok, there's nothing left of the social fabric, and so what it's left the kids is bewildered. So a lot of the reason why they can't face the coming collapse or even stare it in the eye is because they have no narrative to fall back on. They have no hero narrative. They don't. I'm sure, Kevin, we're of the same vintage, and we have, you know, Battle of Britain comics, and we read the Beano, and we've got this narrative of how you're supposed to behave in the World War II. And it's gone. There's a vacuum. There's a big hole where that is, that's been filled in with wokeism and bullshit. And
yeah, but you're into the paradigm of strong men make good times make weak men make bad times, and then the bad times make strong men again. And you're just in that transition.
We wrote that into that story.
And you're in that transition right now. I literally pray that it's not so bloody, that you know, the carnage is as minimal as possible. And like
you know it's a genocide. This planet only supports about 500 million people at most.
Nah, I don't.
I think the population bottleneck is going to be so bad.
This is it's Malthusian thinking, right?
Yeah, it's true.
And look, I was just reading something yesterday. I don't know, maybe someone put it in the Discord, but you know, this vertical farming, and it produced more crops on, I think it was like something 700 square feet than several acres of normal farming land. This sort of, you know, custom built vertical.
All this thing is coming, but it's all garbage. All these things like hydroponics and stuff, they're all based on false premises and false accounting. So if you scrap the techno-utopian off, it's just a bit of glass. And then you look underneath, it's all horseshit. They need nutrients that need to be mined. There's no water for them. Nobody's going to use all these techno fixes. This is the enemy narrative. This is that we can techno fix our way out of this.
I can look out my window, right, and there's an old lady that farms a patch of soil down where I don't know, she must be in her 80s or 90s, right, and it's a big patch of land for Japan, and she's got stuff coming out of that all the time.
Yeah,
right?
but
And
it's fertilizer, right? There's
no, it's all natural from the rice husks, and there's the
but you see this. Okay, let's go through this kind of thing then. Follow the rice husk in a famine. Where those rice, I'm telling you, her garden's kaput.
I don't think gardens work all the time, right?
No, they're not magic. They're not cornucopia. You basically get in what you get out, what you put in. This is part of the narrative of all this permaculture stuff. People think it's magic. That basically you go out of the soil and you just take it. No, you're mining the soil with a plant.
Which we've always done.
No, hang on a minute. We've done it out of an intact ecosystem that works because of feedback loops. This is a one-way system. You basically killed an area of soil. What that woman has done is killed a bit of ecosystem, and she's growing stuff in the corpse of it. Once all the nutrients are gone, her garden's over.
No, I'm a gardener and I grow things. I mean, for 30 years I've grown my spuds and I'm an old lady growing her stuff on a little patch, and I don't kill my little. I go, but break my back carrying seaweed from the beach, put it down on the ground, get with the shovel and get behind the donkeys and the cows down below. I put that in my compost, which is basically grass, and I make those mounds. I put the spuds on top, dig a bit on top. Don't kill. I actually, when I dig a little bit, I even saving the lives of worms in the, because I don't like to. So, and I get enough to feed my little stomach for out of nothing without doing what Lier is describing. I know agriculture is a different story, but
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You have those inputs. You have cow dung and seaweed, and those basically you need. Look, even hydroponics, you need phosphorus. There's no phosphorus. When the system collapses, you don't have phosphorus. Where you mine phosphorus in Tokyo? It's horseshit.
Oh, I'm not talking about Tokyo. I'm talking about where I am.
But anyway, the point is that all this technology is based on magical thinking, right?
I break shells on the shore and I put them in the. You do what you have. You make with what you have.
Yeah, but you have a virtually intact ecosystem in Ireland.
Yeah.
The people in a city do not have the inputs.
I know. Yeah.
So basically, where do they get their cow dung? So people. I know all this stuff about all these millennials.
Yeah, but we had this conversation, which was as Bolsheviks tried to move in, they tried to rape the countryside to feed the cities, right? And you know what I think is going to happen, because we already watched it happen this last year. The cities will empty. People will move out. And my hope is that they'll go back towards families, especially. Look, half the jobs not even half, 90% of the jobs that a city does are about to be automated away. So you don't even need that city infrastructure anymore. Well, except you could turn it into vertical farms, because you've got all that real estate there that's not doing anything anymore. Like
what's the input to the vertical farms? Where do you get the nitrogen? Where do you get the phosphorus?
Well, the air is majority nitrogen. The Faber process is something that's kept us going, and I don't see it stopping.
It's stopping. It's based on cheap energy. Basically,
yeah, but
the process is effectively ended. It's a very high energy process.
But we're also walking into this. Look, technology is a double-edged sword. Okay, and I would put forward the premise that you're going to see advances in the use of energy that becomes more precision in its delivery. Like I say, my house doesn't have it, but virtually every house around in Japan has solar panels on it, right? And why? Because there's natural disasters here, and they survive on that energy, right? And
okay, Kev, I got to stop you here. I live off solar, right? So basically, my water, basically the power you're getting now. Okay, I'm attached to shore power. I have to do it because in the winter there's not enough solar. I live off solar. I couldn't drink water if I didn't have solar. I used to have a wind turbine. I chucked it away, or I gave it away. I'm telling you, this society does not run on solar. This is coming from a guy.
No, but it's one aspect. But like I say, Japan doesn't have oil, doesn't have coal. It imports oil for running its cars, but literally its housing infrastructure is it's very well set up, and they've got solar. They use use technology.
Where does the solar come from?
Well, this is
it's
the technology. The technology
China,
changes all the time. But okay, so
it's manufactured in China from basically. So there's a mine where 50% of its materials come from. 50% of the world's rare earth minerals come from Baotou in China. It's one fucking mine. And basically, after we had war with China, Japan's solar panels are history.
Well, actually, but you can look at Australia. That Australia has virtually all the rare earth minerals that would make up this next generation technology.
Not neodymium, not cobalt, not selenium, not any of the things that are required in a solar panel.
It's not, but they're not just in China, right? These are distributed.
Sure, by far the majority. There's not enough to. There's not enough to do these grand projects like they say, 1% of the Sahara. None of these things stand up to scrutiny. It's just nobody gives.
But it's not 1% of the. It's not 1% of the Sahara. It's covering your roof to when more.
Okay, I've got a book for you to read. So one of the things that we've been doing, and this is, if I may say so, this is your weak side. Is environmental and climatology. You should.
I've read it. I've gone through it. Right?
I don't
buy it.
I can see it. Not in enough depth. If you want us to explain it to you a bit better, but your knowledge is superficial. I can say that straight out. So if a good book to start with is to start with Derek Jensen.
Look, you want to tell me, right, that the science of the environmentalists is in some way predictive of what's coming, when I can point to so many elements where it's failed in its ability to establish itself as a reproducible science. Okay, there's no
environmentalism.
Yeah, the environmental argument, the fact that we're in these runaway feedback loops. I was watching the I don't know, was it one of I guess from your Discord saying watch the guy about the methane feedback loops. I'm like, okay, I watched it. Didn't convince me. Didn't in any way change my view with respect to the dynamics of the planet or the Earth. Nothing. There's nothing there that I don't think is that the ecosystems of the Earth can't absorb, because we know that there's a range of not exextremes, but a range of modes.
There's a buffer zone, right? There's some resilience in the system.
Which scientist was that? Was it Beckwith or was it? Do you remember? Because it's difficult.
I think it began with an M. McCulloch, maybe something like that.
Person, because that's a bit.
But it was all about how methane is going to erupt from the Arctic and choke us all to death on methane and runaway warming. Okay, I've been hearing it for 50 years. Okay, show me a model that they have which has come true in any form whatsoever.
So it's not in their models. So okay, so
why is it then? What is it?
So it comes from observational scientists in the Arctic. So one of the key players in this is Natalia Shakova.
Yeah, I know her
metaphor.
work. I know her work, and I know all about Maunder minimums and
No, it's
all
not
these.
more. No, she's not about Maunder minimums. She's about the East Siberian Arctic shelf. So it's basically about the clathrates and methane venting in the East Siberian Arctic shelf. So Igor Sameletov is another scientist. They've just come back from the Arctic at the end of last season, and they're going to publish a few papers shortly on the methane. But the methane is definitely venting in the Arctic, and it's
So what? Methane vents everywhere, right? Out of volcanoes, out of volcanoes, methane pours along with sulfur dioxide.
So the ESAS is the biggest Arctic, biggest continental shelf in the world. It's about 2/3 the size of Europe. Most of it has clathrates.
Great, mine them, and turn them into useful energy.
Wait. So they estimate that they go down 15 kilometers down in this huge area. It's thousands of gigatons. Now that entire clathrate, all that body of hydrocarbons, is capped by 2 meters of permafrost. That permafrost is melting, and it's
so what?
So
what? And it's venting into the atmosphere, and the atmosphere will absorb it, and there will be changes.
Yeah,
and
but the problem is that methane is about 89, or it varies as it's released. It's about 200 times more potent greenhouse gas than CO2.
Yeah, I've heard all this. I've heard all this. Okay.
Well, I'll put some numbers on it. A 50 gigaton release is estimated by the Sameletov Shakova team to raise the temperature of the planet 0.6 degrees. So that they expect.
So what? So what?
A point. Okay, so wait a minute. A 0.6 degree rise turns into very bad news for the Arctic. So the Arctic is raising about 4 to 5 times, is warming at 4 to 5 times the rate of the average, and in the middle of continents, it's the same. You're talking about a 0.6 degree rise on average in some places, particularly food baskets. That's a 7 degree rise. You're talking mass starvation. There would be mass starvation instantly.
But grow zones will move. Okay, this is nothing new for nothing new for the planet. The planet's been much warmer.
Okay? Take one grow zone. Take the crucial grow zone in America. The breadbasket in America is in the San Joaquin Valley. So, all the huge breadbasket on the plains comes from the Ogallala. They're basically mining the water for the Ogallala aquifer. There's nowhere to move that to, right? You can't move all this to Canada. You see, all this techno-utopian bullshit that they said, oh, we'll migrate to them. They don't understand horseshit about horseshit. One of the things is that the soils, you can't just go to the tundra and start planting wheat like all these fuckheads think. It's basically, it takes on average about 20 years for the soils to develop. Now, you're not going to get Loma Priota's productive soil in the tundra. They've recently done tests on how close it is to, the northern latitudes, Canada and northern Russia, how productive they are as farmland. They're 100 years away from producing productive soil. So basically, you have to survive 100 years before you grow your first bit of wheat. And anyway, it would be a runt of a thing. It's basically nobody's farming anywhere else. See, what people don't understand is the agricultural land now is saturated. We are using the best agriculture. There's nowhere to go to. You don't move from here to grassland. Each one of these ecosystems is surviving on their own niche. So you can't take the niche that we basically mine corn on. You can't transfer that to it anyway. The planet's full. There's no vast open areas that we'll turn those over to wheat. You're not
the simple question is where is the geological evidence for these super clathrate releases and mass extinctions?
Some of the recent thing has been a negative. They've the reason is that they took the samples from the Antarctic. The problem with these mega releases is that the methane, the CH4, degrades quickly in ultraviolet to CO2. I mean, quickly in geological terms. We're talking, say, a 50 gigaton release would be with us for, on a kind of half-life of 20 years. But in the geological record, they appear as spikes of CO2. And so it confuses a lot of people. But they're in there because basically the Azola event cleaned one of them up. So you saw what it appears in the climate record, if you look at it with a clear eye, is that you have these tectonic events spew up a lot of CO2 and greenhouse gases into there. Basically, they cause a big heating, and then you get these plant events like the Azola event that draws all the CO2 out of the air, and then it causes a big freeze again. And then basically you go into the next cycle of
sounds like Earth cycles to me.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't
Yeah, there
bother
are
me.
very big Earth cycles. Yeah, but here's
doesn't-
the problem: is we've been through them as a species. We probably went through one of them in the Younger Dryas. Here's the problem: we had an intact ecosystem, right? Now we have fuck all. Now we got raped soil by basically denuded by Monsanto. You can't go into a field, an American field now, and reap the corn with your hand. It needs an industrial process to break it down. It's inedible, the corn out of a field. So nobody's going to feed 7.8 billion people if you get a 50 gigaton release. We've put the whole system in stop.
Okay, so the 50 gigaton releases right now that you're talking about, okay,
potential,
potential. I'll just put it in the same category as pole flips, as mega tsunamis, meteorite strikes. Okay, it makes little difference to how I would plan anything right now, because I can't change anything.
Yeah, but okay. First of all, yeah, you should take attention because it's a question of complexity, and so we have so many existential threats from so many angles now that you have to eliminate them and say which is the one that gets us. Well,
I don't think that Earth farting is going to be a big deal, right? Because
it causes a cascade. So my analysis is that the first potential threat we face is a major venting of those clathrates. And the reason is because we're very close to a blue ocean event. And so there's no way that cap on the clathrates is going to hold up. Now, there's been a big conspiracy. If you forget EcoHealth and Peter Daszak, in the climate science and the Arctic science, there is another Peter Daszak. She's called Carolyn Ripple, and she works for the USGS. She's in charge of the gas hydrates project and what the gas.
Yeah, I've seen her going around and showing the bubbling soils and lakes and what have you.
But what the program she's on is a disinformation campaign where the clathrate hypothesis is completely debunked, based on one paper from her and an assessment of 6 papers done by Cage. Both of them are basically tasked with projects to mine hydrocarbons. So she's trying to find ways of mining these hydrocarbons. Her paper is pure junk. It's high school physics mistakes. She's a crap scientist. I mean, if you're looking for diversity higher, Carolyn Ripple is.
I have no doubt. But like I say,
she's pushing this propaganda for the gas hydrates, for basically the energy companies that want to mine hydrates. So she's trying to say that these things are all stable. These things, there's nothing to worry about. These are below 100 meters, so all the methane will be dissolved. It's all horseshit. She said, these seeps have been going on for millions of years. There's nothing to worry about.
But they have. That's the thing.
No. It's okay.
You're trying to make an argument for geological process where I could point to you on at various points just around the Pacific Rim where you have mass clathrates
Yeah.
Okay, and them emerging from the oceans in huge amounts, right?
Yeah.
And this,
And they have. I mean, a good explanation for, say, the Bermuda Triangle is
yeah,
venting with clathrates.
okay, and
But you
this,
see, those are not worrying. The ones in the ESAS are worrying.
But are we talking about beliefs there? Or are we talking about science?
yeah, because this is the thing.
No, but
There's
both of
nothing.
you, I'm listening, like I'm trying to be the devil's advocate there.
Yeah, there's the science. The science right now is, I would say, you have to use a form of empiricism and deductive reasoning, which says that right now everything that they've been arguing with respect to climate, and I would put everything in that. And right now, because the science has become so subverted as well, and you're watching it align. Okay, in this idea of climate and humans and disease and this One Health paradigm, and like I say, trust me, I used to be a fervent greenie. Okay, when I was growing up, it was all because I was brainwashed into it, like all children are. And have been for 50 years. And like I say, I've known about clathrates and all these studies, etc., and how we were all. I've heard all the doom stuff. Okay, and you know what I've come to understand, and I can tell you this from personal experience. There are cliques within science. You just described a couple that are there grifting for grants all the time. Okay, and there's very little science, I would say, right now that is able to. It's come up against a boundary condition, a theoretical boundary condition, right? Where it's based. A lot of it's based on limited modeling, and that includes biology to physics to chemistry to geophysics. Okay, so I would say you take inductive, an empiric view and a deductive view, and show me where life stopped because of mass release of clathrates. Clathrates are everywhere.
So a potential one is the KT boundary, but also the megafauna going extinct of the young dryas is a very clear example.
Yeah, I don't think that's clathrates, right? That's
so it's not okay. So the science is very thin on the hydrates and clathrates. So the things to piece together are the fact that it's not millions of years old. That's bunk. You can show that there's an island where in the 80s they actually did a detailed survey of Bunker Island. I can't remember what it was called.
But funny, it would be called Bunk, but that's
yeah. But anyway, that's I can't remember what that island is. I'm not prepared to Google it. But anyway, during the 80s, they did during the Soviet times, they did a U.S. survey with Soviet permission around that island, and aerial, low level, with a scoop, and they found zero methane emissions. There were no seeps. Now, in that very same area, they now found Samelitov on the has found on the Admiral Kaldish, the ship that they've just come back on. They found in that exact same area 2,000 seeps. Now, Kara and Ripple in that are still spinning this line that all these seeps are old and stuff, and that's what Shakova and Samelitov are up against. Is they slowly gathering the evidence. They remind me quite a lot like you, because there's such this avalanche. Not an avalanche; it's a wall of resistance to the idea that there is an emergency. And they slowly gathering evidence, to undermine this hypothesis that these are not new leaks. And what the leaks that they found last year are really dramatic. And the other hints that now the CO2 has spiked. It spiked last year, alarmingly. Enough just for non-alarmist mainstream scientists to say they're scared. So
why? I don't. This is the thing where
because of the greenhouse gas potential in that.
Yeah, but this is.
No, it's instant and catastrophic.
I can show you across geological history where we've had much more CO2, much more methane. Show me where life stopped. Show me where life stopped.
in those days that we had attacked ecosystems in a very low human population, the idea that you can grow grains at scale or run our civilization after one of those events is madness. It's just not possible.
Yeah, plus the hunter-gatherer couldn't survive. Now, I mean, if you got, I mean, I would love you to be wrong. I would love us to be all wrong. I'd love the science of environment. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and I've read this.
I would just say this: Hugh, chill, right?
No,
let nature take its course, right? Let
Yeah,
nature
okay,
take its course.
but no, you see, okay, it's hard to chill, because if all of this is right, then you're far too sanguine. It basically, what I'm looking forward to is something which I thought I'd never see, but a dramatic decline in our population. So 7.8 billion people are going to die all fucking horribly, and I believe that you and I are going to live long enough to see it. And that was something I didn't account.
Yeah, I don't think it will be down to the Earth ripping one off. I don't. It's
listen, you see, the problem is that we're talking about a science that is the environmental science are a part of everything is part of a complex system there. So it's very difficult to have an exact article that's going to just prove that everything is so interlinked. Whether the phytoplankton, the whales, the ice, everything, even the solar radiation, everything is connected. So it is absolutely so complex that it's impossible to have. But we're back in the same thing as when we're talking about the vaccine and the virus and the complexities of brainwashing people, vested interest. We're in a very complex situation too when we come to the human body, to the ecosystems of our body with viruses, so we have to be very careful where we tread there in terms of beliefs and in terms of
there's differences of scale here, okay? And
yeah, but we're talking about the same thing. We're threading. We have to be careful. We have to go back to basic things first, which is what we've been talking about. How do we prepare in the face of possible civilization collapse, not necessarily due to climate only, but to all the things you've been talking about before.
Yeah, and those immediate things, things should be on your mind. What's in the hands of God is just let it be, man. And it's if it's that, or it's a meteor, or I don't know, it's a solar flare. I'd worry more about solar flares, to tell you the truth, than clathrates under the soil. Okay, if I had to think of a sort of existential danger, there's nothing. Look, dude, the sky is blue behind you. There's people walking around on their boats. Okay, the sun keeps turning up, and the world keeps spinning. Okay, and stuff that's in part
this is
of the
argument for it's never happened before in history. So Kevin, the weather's changed.
I'm not saying it hasn't. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but you have to be able to demonstrate a significant impact.
I kind of get insulted talking to ivory tower people because I'm a liveaboard sailor, and the sailing community, we're living it. We're living the climate change, and it's scary. It's basically the climate system has been destabilized. There isn't a sailor who's a liveaboard that will tell you.
I can vouch for this in the North Atlantic too. I mean, seriously. I talk to fishermen, I talk to farmers, I talk to people who have been immersed in the ocean since they were born, and people who are nearly 100-year-old. You know, people who you listen to, the ancients we call them here. Well, everybody's saying the same thing there. So we can't. I know we're tiny. Our scale of vision is over less than 100 years. So what do we see in the big scheme and in the big cycle of things? I know, but we have tools now of measurements that we didn't have before, and we can measure the human impact. We can see the extinction of species. We can see the extinction of insects, of birds, of mammals, of plants, of seaweed. I can see it on the shore here. I can see it because I go up near the sea, and I can see the collapse of entire underwater ecosystems, kelp forest. It's just so.
So Kevin, you're talking to a person who's living the death of the ocean. So
Yeah.
basically, in
So
when I was,
get on land and leave the ocean alone.
it's
That's
the
About
ocean.
70%
Hang on a minute. This is exactly the
of
reason
the
why
planet.
I'm doing this work. Is because people on land are anthropocentric and they don't understand that the sea comes first. All life on Earth is dependent on what happens at sea. You're living in an upside down world. The sea is not an afterthought. The sea is the foundation of life on Earth.
I'm not concerned about the sea. Right? I
Yeah,
think the sea
but
can
this
look
is why
after itself.
this is why I'm hammering away at you, because your world's upside down. You should first be worried about the sea. So
In what way?
if you
Right,
can
Japan-
breathe if you can show me that you can breathe without cyanobacteria, that's fine.
Okay, so Japan is probably even more maritime than the UK, and fish is
Yeah, they're
everything
more
here.
exploitative. They've raped the sea and they still kill whales, pretending that it's an experiment.
Yeah, but
The affinity
what?
of Japan for the sea is about as exploitative and
But you know what?
colonizing
It's
as you can.
still there. It's still
No,
running.
it isn't. Listen, I just told you in the 80s, when I used to go out on the sea off Neisner Head, as soon as we could get a hook in the water, we could pull out fish. Tuna and red Romans and all these things. It was basically just how quick you could put bait in the water was how quick you could pull out fish. Those seas are dead. Nobody goes out there. There are no ski boats going out there fishing because there's nothing to fish. The fish here, basically the dolphin population has crashed. I talked to these dolphin guys who actually count the dolphins, but the dolphins in Greece, basically they've essentially crashed now.
I was young enough to see
Yeah,
the
we see
going.
less.
But again, this is one of those things about there's nothing you can do in this instance, right? So
well, yes, no, there is, and that's basically accelerationism. So there are two things. You can prep people for what's coming. Because
Yeah,
one of
okay,
the things
so
that concerns me is going to be
there's
so
a
much
difference.
worse because people don't know what's coming.
There's a difference between overfishing and fears about class rate explosions, right?
No,
Overfishing, we can legislate away. We do it all the time.
No,
And
okay, first of all, you can't, because basically people need it for protein. That basically it's one of those resources that's becoming essential because basically people are running out of food sources. But okay, then take it back to the climate situation. I just used the seas dying as basically a metaphor of how base you are, so move to the land. So if you look at the pilot guides and you talk to the old timers here, the old fishermen and stuff, the Multemi since ancient times has been known to blow in for about 3 days. Now the Multemi, the last season, it blew for 6 months nonstop. It's getting so you can't sail in the Aegean anymore. People are genuinely alarmed. Basically, we had our first Medicane 2 years ago. I was running from that thing. That's the very first Mediterranean hurricane. It's never been recorded in history.
okay, so people throughout history.
No, you can't laugh at this.
No, but
there's some serious disconnect. We got to get to your psychology. Because you're a scientist and you're sweeping away the science and laughing.
I think
but you're talking about cosmic scale events, right? And you're wanting to
eco scale events.
They're intrinsically linked, okay? And there is nothing. If the sea boats have raped the ocean, okay, and they've killed that bit of ecosystem, okay, they'll go away and eventually they fill back up, right? That's what happens. Right, and show me where it doesn't.
No, Kevin's right. It doesn't take long to regenerate if something is
it's not right, because concomitant. No, it doesn't work like that at all.
No, but your theory of accelerating means accelerating. A collapse means that you could prevent the total destruction of certain ecosystems so that they could regenerate. That's what I was saying.
So if the fishing industry collapsed from economic collapse, basically it's concomitance with a general financial and economic collapse.
Yeah.
It means that the industrial system collapsed.
Yeah.
It means that local people will fish that out. So what basically you force. You see, with 7.8 billion people, you're talking about overshoot and then drawdown. You see, what you're saying is, oh, there's no drawdown as soon as basically
I'm not saying that at all.
When the
I'm not
fish
saying
stocks
that at
collapse
all.
and the fishing industry collapses, we're in drawdown. We're not in, oh,
Okay.
then they get a reprieve.
I understand that there are multiple mechanisms that could come into play as the world reaches a point of an inflection point, as new systems come into play. Okay, but the climate alarmism and the doomism about I've been hearing it for all my life. Okay, and
so far.
yeah, but you know what? They're still fishing. They're still producing stuff.
Something like 95% of the what's Derek Jensen's figure? But it's something like 95% of the fish stock are gone now.
Okay, so then they can't catch anything. It's not economically viable to run the boats, so they'll stop. And then you know what? Life finds a way.
They run on subsidies. They're basically running on fish farms. And
yeah, but in your argument, yeah. So what are they doing? Fish farming. So they concentrate it, and they're bringing
fish farming only works on subsidies, and it's actually ruining the ecology. So the stuff that they're putting in.
I've been diving near fish farms. You don't want to see the abnormal fish that are living in there.
I've seen them, but you know what?
Like, no.
Probably when they're chopped up and filleted up, they probably still taste the same, right?
No, they don't. No.
Literally, there is no climate alarmism that's just gonna make me change anything that I'm going to do with respect to my behavior. I actually think my footprint's pretty small.
We're beyond that. I'm not trying to get any kind of personal choice. We're quite beyond personal choice. There's no market solution or all this liberal crap that there's some way out of it. But life.
But that's what I'm saying. It just goes into the category of solar flare, of pole flip.
No, it doesn't, because it's anthropogenic.
I don't buy that, right? I can't.
You don't buy anthropogenic climate change?
No. I'm not.
How do you
because in your example, it was the cleth rates are melting. Okay.
No, that is what the risk is.
And you have to prove that CO2 is a problem. I've yet to see a convincing argument that CO2 really is a problem.
It's basically the convincing argument is Arrhenius back in 1841.
That's a nonsense argument, because you're looking at a glass bottle with some gas in it, okay, and looking at
CO2 concentrations which happen to match the upper atmosphere concentration.
Okay, and I'm firm in the belief that it's nothing that the climate and the ecology hasn't seen before, as the Earth's gone through its change.
Fast. You see, the ecosystem has adapted, but it was not anthropogenic. So if it's endemic, then basically it's part of cycles and systems. What we have done is destabilized it. So it can't keep up with the rate. The problem now is the rate. That's the big thing.
I'm not.
It's exponential, number one, and number two. Like
great. That's your accelerationism. Yeah. Brilliant.
No, but
no. We basically, unless you stop the engine of CO2, it's basically there's no way we can scrub the CO2 out. Exactly. All these carbon capture schemes.
Yeah, but I don't care about the CO2. I've yet to be convinced that it's the problem that everyone makes it out to be.
Go down during lockdown last year? Why did it completely go down during lockdown last year?
Did anything change?
No, but I'm just over the period of 4 weeks, where let's say 8 weeks, where there was a real lockdown. After that, things started to come back as China woke up. But how come the measurements went down so dramatically?
Yeah, and so that tells you something, right? That tells you something, that it's a highly responsive system that you stop for a few weeks, boom, and then it's resetting itself. The carbon dioxide is being
No.
used up. You can go out and you can measure changes in carbon dioxide outside your front door if you've got the right meter, and it'll go up and down
Okay,
all
we're
day.
making progress here because you've just gone from it's a highly resilient system to it's a highly fragile system.
No, it's an adaptive system, not
Oh,
fragile.
well, you said
system.
responsive. So
yeah,
it can
adaptive.
adapt, but only so far. And that's why I say is
So
how long does it take to say evolve new gills or something? That's very, very slow process.
Okay,
so it's adaptive, but it's adaptive over 1 million years, not over 10.
Okay, but you've just given an example of we have a lockdown because of pandemic, and suddenly all the levels drop. Although all that nightmare CO2 and all that pollution, wow, it just suddenly went away, right?
So that's anthropogenic CO2. That was not any other way.
But show me that CO2 is doing anything beyond feeding plants.
The problem is that it takes 10 years. There's a 10-year lag on the CO2.
I've been listening to 10-year windows for decades, right? It's like I've got a few decades.
So wait
under
another
my belt.
decades and you'll see the effect.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Decades. So you're living in 2010 or something? 2011?
Yeah, look, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, right? But
I'm
weather,
living the change. I'm insulted by this because I'm living the change.
Okay, so you're in it. You're in a bit where the weather and the climate change. It happens all the time.
In a bit. You mean like in the biosphere? I'm a blue water sailor.
Okay, so sail to somewhere where it's calmer right now.
Hey, I'm here because this is where it's calm, and now I'm getting fucking hurricanes here.
Okay,
because the storms are getting really violent. We had 3 hurricanes it's getting to look a bit like Saturn, where you have these rows of hurricanes. Well, that's a lot of energy. You see, I can go swimming in the summer, and I can tell you how bad the winter's going to be because we go swimming now. The water is unseasonably warm. It's like fucking bath water, and then it's not supposed to be. It's often 5 degrees over the normal temperature, and then
you're telling me that a dynamic system that's moving through an environment that changes cosmologically as well, okay, is changing on the ground in front of you. Okay, that happens all the time. That happens all the time.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's the whole.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Look, 10,000 years ago, everything was, there was a mile of ice over North America.
I feel I'm listening to 2 extremes there. I feel like the extreme doomer on one side, and the other one is Kevin, who is kind of the extreme optimist. And I think we need to come back on this because it's with maybe a bit more rest and food and, maybe stretching out and stuff like that.
Right, yeah.
Because I think we have a lot to explore there. It's interesting. Maybe we want to do a bit more homework and because there's no need to get passionate about this. We still.
I get passionate about it because Jesus Christ, man, I'm living this shit. And then I hear this.
Go to the Red Sea. Go to the Red Sea. Go somewhere else.
That means that you're not facing, Kevin. You're not facing facts. If you think you can.
We're in the realm of psychology.
No, but you're trying to convince me that the climate changes. Okay, I agree with you. It changes. We've got records of that happening. What you have to demonstrate. No, because you can go back to the Younger Dryas and you can see way bigger changes. Okay. Way bigger changes, and that's in human memory. Okay,
yeah. So how many humans were then living then?
And how do
you know? How do you know how many humans were living then?
We know from the genetic, basically the genetic clock. So there was a massive population bottleneck at the Younger Dryas, and so it's barely 2 million people squeaked through. And the genetic legacy of a catastrophe round then in Europe is almost.
Look, we had a volcanic explosion 70,000 years ago that left us down to a few thousand individuals. Why aren't you worried about a volcano then?
They associate it. If you look at the rest of my stuff, it gets worse from there. And basically the volcanic winter is really what ultimately. So it's a cascade. What you see, you're confusing a number of things. One of them is resilience, stability. All of these things are confusing you. But if
you know what I say?
Wait a minute. I come from a systems point of view, and the things that you're confusing dynamic stability and tipping points. So things can be dynamically stable into a certain range. There's a certain range where it tips over into a new regime. And clearly we're in that.
Okay, that's nature. That's nature, and that's man's job to adapt to it. Bring it on, I say.
No, you can't adapt to it.
What comes to my mind? What comes to my mind when I'm listening to you talking about this is that we are talking about this climate thing as if you have been exposed to it for many years, and so have I. My father was very aware of the environment and what we were starting to do to
and so do the science then. Give me one predictive model. One predictive model that works.
But let me finish. But then, as we evolved in our lives, did our thing. You're in your area. I mean, it was always there. But it seems like you've come to a point there where you have found in that eco-health thing and a lot of things. I agree with you, a lot of scandalous thing, but you don't throw the baby away with the water. It's not
where's the baby in the ecological research? Give me the baby in the ecological research. You can't.
What I'm saying is that those
you can.
a lot of groups like that can have some truth in what they say, but it's not necessarily associated with, it's probably associated with a lot of lies and a lot of horrible people in them. So, you see that in all sorts of political parties.
Right. Yes. So show me out of the political scum. Show me the scientific models that have worked and predicted.
So we're not basing on the models. I don't like the models either. I think the models are bunk just like you do. So there's no argument there.
No.
Now, if you want some evidence, then okay, show me the intact ecosystems and show me the extinctions. So just in terms of natural form of domesticated cows and chickens.
Which shows the amount of plastic that every human being is carrying.
Hang on. So it's just show me the attacked ecosystems and tell me that basically the 45 and ranging up to 250 species that are going extinct every day is not scientific. So
even
look at the numbers.
There were mass extinctions before. Okay, there were no humans around to do that. Okay, why are you taking?
There wasn't. The Industrial Revolution started in 1750, not 40 billion years ago.
But why is plastic? Why is the amount of plastic in each human being so high in the last 10 years? Why is sperm count going down so much that it will probably be reduced to nearly nil in about 20 or 30 years? If that's not anthropogenic, this is never. I mean, I'm not. Who am I to say it's never happened in evolution? But I don't think.
A few minutes ago, you're saying there's too many people and people are squeezing out too many babies. So which is it? Which is it?
There's too many people. There is a lot of people. It's a fact. It's a fact. But I'm talking about the impact of our civilization on nature. We talk about plastic in mother's milk. We're talking about sperm count going down. If that's not something that worries you and that concerns you, and
Sophie's talking about impact. You're making an argument that humans are not having an impact, and Sophie's making.
No, I'm not saying they're not having an impact, right? But you have to demonstrate that it's an existential threat that the Earth can't adapt to, recover from, and you've got to put it in the context of just natural disaster.
It's very easy. I'll point to you a paper called how basically you go to complete extinction based on co-extinction. So basically we're on the tipping point in most ecosystems, from the Amazon to the corals, most of the marine eco environments. They are food webs, and they have basically symbiotic relationships with other organisms in the web. they're all on the point where you can show that from past ones or models, they're all very robust. That basically through co-extinction you get collapse or very quick collapse. So if you think there's still, you know, deer roaming around the Serengeti, I mean impala around Africa, and there are elephants all over the world, and we're still in some Eden and everything's adapted, you know, dead things can't adapt, and we've killed everything off. So the idea that the planet can actually, yeah, I mean, you laugh. I just told you the numbers for the sea and basically how the extinction of marine life. And we're
Okay,
going
but you're telling me, okay, oh, why do we recognize extinctions? Well, because we think we've seen them in the fossil record before, right?
No, because we see the population decline and habitat decline.
But the fact that they've happened before without industrialization, right, tells you that there can be another factor at play. You're just dealing with correlation. Okay, that's it. You don't have a causal argument.
So you're taking up the argument that all these things are not anthropogenic. So you're saying that
I'm saying
is not dying because of human activity.
I'm saying that
the habitat destruction is not human. The arboreal, say the tip over of the CO2 emissions, say in the Amazon, it's just tipped from being an absorber to emitter. You're saying that's not due to deforestation?
I'm saying that you can have multiple effects running at the time, and you could shut down everything.
What's adapting? The polar bears? What are they becoming brown?
So that's a hang on a minute. I've got to.
Are fish taking to the land now because the seas are dead?
Yeah, but you keep saying the seas are dead, right?
Yeah, they're losing oxygen. They're absorbing CO2. The temperature's going up.
I've been hearing that.
If you want to show me the seas are dying, boy, I can inundate you in an avalanche. If you like data, I'll give you a lifetime.
Yeah, but look, you have to show me that they can't recover. Okay, and this is the whole point. Okay, that you live in an adaptive system. You just talked about CO2.
Okay, I'll show you they can't recover. I'll show you eco restoration on the barrier reef. But those recovery things have failed now.
So I was reading the other day that the barrier reef that was supposed to be dead, it's still thriving, and
no, that's some fringe guy who's some crackpot. Basically anybody that's actually monitoring the situation will tell you that the marine species have switched. There are too many things like sea urchins that are, but the polyps and the corals. One of the things that quack is doing is he doesn't know the difference between living polyps and dead coral. So you can easily get a camera, and if you don't know what a reef looks like, you can say, look at all these white things and say,
no, but I know what a living reef looks like, and I've looked.
Yeah, well, that's gone.
Trust me, gone. You for 20 years, right, and especially whilst I was at university, I was all into the climate hypothesis. I bought into it big time. Okay, and then as a scientist, I had to accept that everything that they were predicting, we were supposed to be ice free by now. We were supposed to, all the things that you're talking about are already supposed to have happened. Okay, but you know what I see? Increasing ice. Okay, population still growing.
Where's this increasing ice?
Antarctic. The ice is the same.
I think we might be confusing extent with biomass.
Yeah, and this is another argument I've heard, right? So extent versus depth, and right.
Yeah, the mass is completely different to the surface coverage. If you get a whole lot of slush, it spreads out, right?
Yeah, but it's the mass, and you have to say that didn't happen before. We know Greenland was ice free in the Viking era. Explain that to me.
No, not ice free. I mean, they
were growing. They
lived in horrific conditions. They could manage because they had the skill of Norwegian farmers to get by. But as soon as
but there was less ice.
Yeah, there was
less ice.
It was a period of relative warmth.
Yeah, it was a period of relative warmth.
As soon as the cold came back, they all were wiped out because the link with the mainland Norway was cut, and they could never understand what happened. Some of them ran away to probably the United States now, and most of them died, as some archaeological research have proven recently.
Yeah, but look, the thing is, you're in a situation where all the things you're talking about, you can find in geological records all the time, where humans didn't have this the anthropogenic acceleration to it, and maybe there is a component of it, but you know what? The CO2 argument to me has never been demonstrated to be causal. Okay, and give me one paper which definitively proves that, and has been able to model it out over any period of time. It doesn't exist. I know these. I've watched the literature.
CO2 is part of the picture. We talk about a complex system. Why concentrate on?
Yeah, so you talk. So that's what you're trying to do. That's what you're trying to do. You first it was clathrates, then it was CO2. You're talking, and so I would say this: when dealing with a complex system, you pull out. Okay, and if you're focusing, so I could go into the brain and I can say, oh, I found this cell type, and it does this, and so the brain must be doing that all the time, right? And I could make a calculation about the amount of energy that cell is using. Okay, but it's impossible for me to sample all the brain all the time to make a conclusion out of it, and to come out and just say, oh, I've seen, oh, there's methane melting, or there's CO2. Well, okay, show me a time when that didn't happen before.
I know, I agree with you, but there's the stance that you take is a little bit too dismissive, if I may say. It's a complex system. What can we can't isolate elements? But why would we also say, oh, well, because it's a complex system, we're not going to take this seriously. It will be fine.
No, okay, so what are you going to do?
No, but we're going to first get prepared.
Okay, so you get prepared for the meteor strike or the volcano.
No, because a couple of things. As a meteor strike is an entirely different animal. Firstly, it's not anthropogenic, and surviving it means that you have to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. So the same with the planet. The same with the planet. If you think that what you're talking about is going to be like a global a blanket over the entire planet, then you fail to understand complexity and systems.
It's not going to be like that. We know that.
No,
we know that. And we have
okay. So that's why I'm saying to you, find the regions. So one bit will go into chaos, and another bit will become stable. Okay, and if you want to,
I wouldn't think.
So you're on a burning aircraft, and you say, just find the cabin on the Titanic.
But that's where your metaphor is wrong.
No,
right?
But that's a selfish way of looking at things, because if you admit, and you admitted to the anthropogenic origin of a lot of extinctions and catastrophes, even if they're not, okay, you don't want to be in the doomers agenda, fair play to you, that's okay, I accept that. But because you admit to the anthropogenic origin of that, which anthropogenic
extinction? Which anthropogenic extinction?
Well, for example, what responsibility on this anthropogenic catastrophe that we're seeing have the indigenous people of the Amazon or the people of the Kalahari in Africa? They have absolutely no bearing on this industrial catastrophe that we're seeing. So wouldn't it be fair that those people be spared, and all the other ones, which means ourselves, who are completely addicted and dependent on the industrial complex, just disappear?
Well, that's the shuffle of life and how the genes get through.
It's just a question.
Yeah, because but you're just asking
the indigenous people who have caused nothing.
I would say this: if it comes between me, my children, and them, give me a belt-fed machine gun, and I'll take every one of them down without a second thought. That's what I would do. Okay, and
then there's nobody left, right?
I will be left. Right?
No, how are you going to survive? You're going to go.
I'll eat all the people that I just gunned down. Right?
Yeah. If it comes to so you have an interesting afternoon, and then what?
I'll keep going. The
No,
world,
you've
the world
eaten
will keep
everything.
turning.
You've shot
The world will
everything.
keep turning. The world will keep turning, and the sun will come up, and the plants will grow. Okay, yeah, and
No, there's where the blockage is.
prove
That's
it.
psychological.
Prove it. Prove it.
But hang on, we've proved it dozens of times, and each time you've dismissed it.
How?
Well, we've just shown you that there's basically
You haven't shown me
mass
anything.
extinction.
You
Well,
haven't
you don't
shown me
believe that there's
anything.
you don't believe there's temperature rise. You don't believe the greenhouse gas rise, even if there's no correlation. Basically, I mean, even no causation, there's correlation. You think
Okay,
that the
correlation.
ecosystems are intact and there are enough people to actually feed if we have if you can't grow grains on scale?
I think that those ecosystems, like I say, because you don't understand the full complexity of it. You're taking.
No one does. I don't.
Okay.
No one does.
Oh, right. So now you've picked up on the critical fact. No one does. Okay. So to go around making the types of predictions that you are when you don't understand fully the system, okay, is a facile way of trying to organize yourself.
No. Imagine it this way. Let's use this analogy. Okay, I give you a suspension bridge. It's too complex, or the whole dynamic is too complex to say exactly how it'll twist and turn and all the failure modes, and you're saying, so therefore you have to throw up your hands and it's infantile to even worry about it. Horseshit. You're loading straw onto this bridge. You know that there's a last straw that's going to break the bridge.
But you're talking about a bridge.
You might not know the details. Hang on. You might not let. I notice that you don't like people to finish. I think there's a blockage.
Well, when I hear nonsense, when I hear nonsense,
you've got a bridge, and you know that basically it can only take so much. So you know one failure mode, and that you just keep on loading it up till it breaks. So you're right. You don't know the detailed system, but you know how you can fuck it up. And so basically, it's a facile argument what you make.
But you've just made the logical error of trying to compare an apple to an orange, right? Because the bridge is not a planet. You don't understand the integration of these systems.
I'm using it as an analogy for a complex system that's too complex to understand. I'll give you dozens and dozens if you don't like it.
A bridge is child's play with respect to the type of systems.
So more so with what I'm saying.
So in that case, your ability to predict in that complex system becomes ever weaker. Right.
No.
This is an axiom of systems. This is an axiom of systems or network science.
No.
Okay.
No,
it is.
No,
Look, I've spent my whole life looking at the brain, right, and I've done the
I've spent my whole life working with dynamical systems and complex.
Right, and so you're using reduced symptoms.
Let me inform you in the most basic way possible. Is a camel a more complex system than a bridge?
Yes.
Okay, so keep loading straw on a camel's back, and at some stage you get to the last straw. Now you're saying you can't say that because you don't understand a camel. Yes, I do.
Well, try to keep the camel from letting you put straw on its back. Right? You've extended
the analogy further than I can go.
That's where we come into activism. Yes, that's true. So that's where try to stop the people overloading straw on the camel. Yeah. And that's where we talk about monkey wrenching actions. That's where we talk about destroying.
You know what's going to happen if they keep on loading straw on the camel.
And deindustrializing.
It's the same. It's if you step out, if you want to get good at systems science, okay, you step out and you look.
Scientist, by the way.
Okay. So you should understand that at each time you'll get to a point where you expand out a dimension and you're looking down and you'll see what looks like stability, chaos, metastability. Okay, and all you're seeing is the manifold. Okay, and the boundary condition will change and it will go into another dynamic. And on that premise, okay, your way of looking at your black pill climate doom, okay, is as valid as me saying that the moon's going to fall out of its orbit and crash into the planet.
Okay, so let me speak here. So okay, so you step into my domain, and now I'll step into yours.
It's my domain. It's
Okay,
my
but
domain.
let me say your domain's medicine, and then I'll give you an example from medicine.
And that's my domain too.
You've made, and Sophie Sue. So you're saying that basically, if I have an alcoholic is basically a very, very complex system. The human body is very, very complex. So I can't make any prediction, a black pill prediction about how this addiction is going to go down unless they stop drinking. I'm saying, like, you know what's going to happen to the alcoholic if they carry on drinking. It's basically
you're looking at a small part of a network where you can constrain the boundaries of it, and you've already admitted that you can't see and measure all aspects of what's going on the planet. And I can give
the
you
alcoholic going down with alcohol.
And
so
I can give you. Okay, so I'll give you an example of this. There are many alcoholics who hit rock bottom and recover. Okay, there are many alcoholics that are functional and can work the whole of their lives. Okay, so you know, even your example. Okay, once you start drilling down into it, you find ever more inherent complexity, and it seems to go on. And some will die.
We're making a tremendous progress here.
Yeah.
So let's take the alcoholic that reaches rock bottom and recovers. If they reach the rock bottom soon, is it better for them to reach it sooner or wait until they have cirrhosis of the liver, a much more advanced condition, which they'll get to if they carry on drinking at a constant rate?
But again, what you're trying to do is the metaphor for the body versus multiple and integrated ecosystems that operate from literally the micro, from the atomic level to the cosmic level. Okay, and you're in a paradigm where you're looking at selective data points, and I would say being pulled by a confirmation bias.
Since when is the body completely separated from the cosmos? The body, the human.
I'm not saying it isn't. But if I look down the microscope,
the body is the universe.
But if I look, I get all the spiritual nonsense, right? But if I look down a microscope, okay, and I'm looking at bacteria.
You're a Christian.
What do you mean? No. Look.
Oh
you have to understand that
the human is infinite. The human is part of the cosmos. Like you can't separate the. I mean, things in a complex system. Everything is interconnected.
Yeah, but I can take bacteria out of a environment. I can go down and to the rice paddy fields, pull some stuff out, bring it to my house, put it under a microscope, watch what happens. It's going to decay and die because I've put it out of its system. The rice paddy field's going to be fine. Okay, and just because I take one human, if I take one human and I turn him into an alcoholic, and so
you already gave up that position with your analogy on the bridge. You just said you cannot.
No, but
the complexity at the level now that you're arguing that.
But you keep trying.
You keep trying the position.
No, you keep trying to say
that you can't basically atomize it. Wait, Sophie. You just said that you can't atomize a complex system.
You use this example.
You can.
You just use this example. A bridge being chaotic, okay, is equivalent to the Earth going through some sort of environmental change. And I said that's an insane metaphor to make.
No, I'm talking about its failure modes. We're talking about
but the failure modes of a bridge are not the same as complex ecosystems.
Okay. No, but I used it as an example to say if you pursue
it doesn't matter. I can
a certain metric like weight, you will defeat the system even if you don't understand it. You know enough to know that you can only load a bridge so far.
Yeah, but look,
so
every system.
You know, you can only load the environment so far before it collapses. You don't have to understand it in any great detail.
Okay, so you have to first demonstrate, okay, that you are at that boundary limit with the planet, and I don't think you can. Okay, because in the context of what we understand with geological history, the archaeological record, there's nothing that's happening now that hasn't happened before. And all that happened before happened without man. Okay? Or without
I would argue strongly that it's never happened this quick. And certainly in our in the lifetime of our species.
Just fixate on the younger Dryas, right? Because that's in human memory. Okay, and
Yeah, but that was
had
over
climates.
thousands of years, right? The
No,
industrial
no,
revolution was 250 years old.
no. There are glacial melts that happened in days that scoured North America. Okay.
Well, so basically the what's the name of sheet? The Landrus sheet, whatever the ice cap on the thing.
Mm.
But it had a huge outflowing of water that basically is evidence in the Badlands and stuff. So the Landrus sheet. Wow, what the hell's it called? But anyway, that sheet pulled a lot of water, and that water drained out. But the ice melts and stuff is another theory which I'll give you an answer for, but not now.
Yeah, but look, this is the point though, right? That happened literally in days to weeks, right? The consequences of it. Okay, we're still here. Okay?
Yeah, because basically, okay, we had, let's just say that we took a 90% hit on the human population then, and then at that stage they had an intact ecosystem. So if you take, say, big parts of the ecosystem down, and say they went down by 90%.
So you've gone round into a circular argument, right? So if we can agree that there are cataclysms that can happen, and I would say we've agreed that that things can change like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
So it doesn't change your planning beyond prepping, right? Because then it comes down to the luck of where you are when that change in the system.
Kevin, the indigenous people don't need to prep because they can survive without electricity.
Yeah, okay, fine. And they probably and when that change comes,
they don't need all that. And even they're fine. They're fine.
But prepping, I agree, but not only prepping. I mean, there's psychological prepping, there's physical prepping, and the other thing is that you can stop basically this engine is still running, so you can hamstring the engine.
I don't think the engine makes any difference.
Yeah, but there's the point of the partner is like, you don't think keeping the fishing fleets at home would make the fish recover, and you don't think the fish recovery
they probably will, but again it'll just come down to economies, because eventually if they're just sending the boats out and they don't come back with anything, then they'll stay home anyway. Right?
It means that local
but you're trying to get into an argument about minutia with respect to catastrophism, okay? And I agree with you on catastrophism. You're trying to get into an argument about minutia when you're trying to put it in the context of catastrophism. Okay.
Yeah. And so we both agree on the catastrophe.
Yeah. Okay, but now you're ruminating. You're ruminating about small details.
Okay. But where does your catastrophe come from then? So you believe
it could come from anywhere. I don't think it's going to be clathrate. You know what I think, if there's a bigger chance of anything, we've already seen it. It was the Carrington event. That wasn't so long ago, right? And the only reason we knew about it was because we'd begun to electrify. Right, and
refresh my mind. The Carrington event.
The Carrington event. So basically, it just fried North America's electrical system.
Oh, the solar flare.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
but EMP.
Yeah. Okay. So, if you had a scale of all these things of probability, okay, I would put that at the top.
But so you think there's an imminent catastrophe, and you think it's a solar flare?
No, I don't. To me, it doesn't matter what it is. Okay, and it's
but where
not.
Are you coming from a biblical position? You think that the apocalypse is coming?
No, I just come from this. It's just military training. I'm prepared to fight what comes over the horizon. It doesn't matter what it is. I'll engage it.
But you're fighting what we're causing. You're fighting your own shadow.
No, I'm not. I'm sitting here. I'm able to talk and build a community. And when the time comes, it comes. Okay. And it doesn't look. You're afforded the luxury of ruminating about the details of your existential angst, where if you were in Gaza, that's a good example because that's kicking off right now. Okay, you're not going to be worried about class rates. You're going to be worried about artillery shells and drone strikes. Okay, and
Yeah, I'm with
literally,
you. I'm totally with you. Yeah.
and so right now, all you're doing is you're taking your brain is taking up a psychological position because one, you're adapted for that. That's what your brain does. It's looking for danger because you've evolved to respond to it.
That's very interesting.
Right, and you.
That's very interesting. Right. That's the first time I hear this. I'd like. I mean, I like to hear what Hugh is going to respond.
Hugh's not going to respond.
Very surprising. You're looking for danger.
But you are.
No,
right?
we don't disagree.
I don't
We
think
don't
the
disagree.
reptilian
Right,
brain
and so
is
you've
looking for
hooked on to, in your case, you've hooked on to environmental catastrophism. Other people, you can see the same psychological phenotype, but they hook on to different things. Whether it's Jews, whether it's aliens, whether it's pedo groups, it doesn't matter. That it becomes their focus.
Anxiety.
Yeah. And that's literally that's all you're
That's
dealing
very
with.
interesting. I think
but this is what we've been saying. This is you're speaking to the choir, but now go on.
Changing because things like that come out, and we're going much deeper into human behavior and also the brain. And I think I would really like if the next time we talk together, I think that we continue to talk about this aspect of the brain that you've brought up, Kevin, because that's at the back of a lot of things, and we have to be sincere with ourselves. We could even talk to you. You could talk to us about your 5-layered brain.
Kevin's not going to like that.
No, but why not? It's
yeah, why not? We can try.
Why not?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm really going to have to go and walk because I'm getting.
Let's end it there. But thanks, Kevin. I'm amazed how much we're in violent agreement. I don't think you realize in how much agreement we are. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I feel like I'm just trying to round off some rough edges on you. I don't think I've got as many rough edges as you do.
No, because you're just looking. I have different priorities, and but the direction is the same.
Kids, we're coming from the same place.
Yeah, the direction is the same, right? And what you're playing out is the programming of your genes and of course there's environmental consequences that have played into that, your own life, but it's a common theme that you see. It's even in the religious text, right? That's why you've got this premise of Armageddon, because we face these existential crises all the time, whether spiritually or physically. Okay, it's the same thing, and your brain is wired all the time to be about, how am I going to accept that? What do I do when?
Also, may I add also, what is it to do the right thing?
Well,
that is also, I think, very at the center.
Yeah, do unto others as you would do unto self. Okay, but look, I'm looking at each
of the machine gun. Is what you said.
Look, if you just said to me, what would you do
if you don't respond. I'm just
no, we're not going back.
Just judging.
I'll explain it another time because I don't think you exactly got what I was saying, but it's okay. Don't worry.
But Kevin, we are actually in violent agreement on so much. Yeah. And,
thank you so much, guys. We really have to go now.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Kevin. It's very nice to talk to you. I do feel a sense of camaraderie with us.
Have a lovely weekend.
More than maybe you feel with us.
And thank you for the link you sent. I'm going to look into that Butkinson and the other names that you've dropped.
Yeah. And if you want an existential threat, the biowarfare started. Okay.
Yeah,
Worry about that.
I agree. But yeah. By my back of the envelope calculation, will be 100 million dead before it becomes really endemic in background.
Well, we'll see. Look, now we've forced the issue of it being a lab. That takes us into a whole new direction, and suddenly someone's responsible. Okay, it's not nature anymore. as they try to pull over your
It's
eyes.
anthropogenic. You so close.
Yeah. And in that case, there
that
you have
changes everything. You know it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, but here we have something that's causal. We can pinpoint.
Yeah.
Your
It's a good
anthropogenic
approach.
causality is nebulous. It doesn't. You can't pick it up anywhere.
No, but you see, most people agree that with our point of view that it's anthropogenic. So the mainstream agrees that it's anthropogenic climate
Yeah,
warming.
I just think that's part of the program for social control, right? Yeah, I can remember them
there
bringing.
is a program for social control, but it doesn't negate the fact that the climate change is happening, climate instability.
Yeah, climate change happens all the time. I'm not stressed about.
Instability doesn't, but anyway, we'll continue.
Boys. Okay, goodbye.
All right, thank you very much,
Bye,
guys.
everybody.
Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.